Testing. Oh, yep, we're on. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the City of Mason for our regular meeting of council tonight, September 27th, 2021. We need to start do we need to take another roll call? Let's take another roll call because we have some people that have just arrived. So let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Nelson? Here. Councilmember Chance?
Here.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Present.
Councilmember Stricula?
Here.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Here.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Here.
Mayor Grossman?
Here. We have our longtime chaplain, Pastor Mark Champagne, here. He's going to open us up in prayer. Thank you so much, Pastor. And then we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could stand with us.
Let's pray together. Our Father in heaven, thank you for these public servants who give their time and energy to the City of Mason. Tonight we pray you would give them the capacity to deliberate and lead with integrity, with wisdom, with humility, with conviction, with loyalty, with perseverance, and even with joy. May they execute their duties with a combination of efficiency and compassion, and may there be a spirit of charity, even in the midst of disagreement. We pray our public servants would seek the common good for all who call this place home. We pray the same for all in our city who strive to make Mason a safe and thriving community, for first responders and engineers, for business owners and teachers, for accountants and construction workers. May our posture be that of dependence on you, not only for decisions which seem weighty, but in the execution of the sometimes mundane daily tasks you've entrusted to all of us as citizens. And we pray this in the name of Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Just so you know, we've got a sign-up sheet in the back on the little table. If you wish to be recognized as a visitor, please sign in. We'll go through the list first, and then if we still have people who wish to be recognized, then we will open up the floor then. All right. Item 6 on the agenda, September 13 council meeting minutes. Uh-oh, this is the wrong agenda. I need a motion. Wait. Do I have mine? Oh, I need a motion to approve the minutes from the September 13th council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? All right. Item 7 is the city manager's report.
Yes, Mayor, members of council, I have a number of items. First of all, I want to announce that the Community Center Cafe will reopen. During COVID, it was closed down. When when operations returned to the community center, it had not reopened. We were letting the new aquatic center, the new outdoor pool open, and we were testing out a new concessionaire out there. They have been very successful out there, and they have indicated their interest in taking over operations at the cafe at the community center. So they will begin operations weekdays from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then on Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock. It is Taste Great Concessions. There will be a grand opening later, hopefully later this month. But encourage everybody to go check it out. They are located along Main Street at the community center, which is open to the public. The Warren County is hosting a community shred and electronics recycling day. That'll be on Saturday, October 2nd from 10 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. That recycling day is located at 406 Justice Drive in Lebanon. Shredding is on a first-come, first-served basis with a limit of 5 boxes. And electronics donations will be accepted there as well. Next up, Member Appreciation Days. The Community Center as well as the Aquatic Center will be hosting Member Appreciation Days on October 7th, 8th, and 9th. On Saturday, October 9th, there'll be a pancake breakfast for Premier members only from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And that will be hosted out at the Aquatic Center. You do need to register for that event. You will also be able to swim that day. If you recall, the new pool is heated, and so we're doing some weekend days to keep that open to the public. So come out and enjoy that day. World Inclusion Day will be held on Sunday, October 10th at McKeno Park from 11 a.m. till 2 o'clock p.m. There'll be all kinds of fun activities for kids and food trucks out there. It's really going to be a day filled of enjoying a celebration of people of all abilities, backgrounds, ages, religion, gender, etc. So the public is invited to come out and attend that event as well. Just want to remind council members that the Warren County Jail is hosting their ribbon cutting ceremony at their new facility on Tuesday, October 12th at 9 o'clock a.m. It is open house and it includes guided tours of that new facility. Mason Corporate Challenge, this is the 7th anniversary of our Mason Corporate Challenge. That is led by our Economic Development Office in partnership with a number of our corporate partners. That event will take place on Saturday, October 16th at 9 o'clock a.m. at the Mason Golf Center. If you're interested in participating in that 5K run or walk, you can go online at Mason Corporate Challenge and register for that event. Proceeds go to the Parks and Recreation Common Ground Playground. Next is Leonard Center of Hope. They will be hosting their 5th presentation. It's part of their 2021 Community Outreach Series. It'll take place on Wednesday, October 20th from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Manor House. This series will include, this discussion is on anxiety management as part of this series will conclude on December 15th with a discussion on family boundaries. Again, if you want to participate in that, please go online at the LinderCenterofHope.org. Finally, probably the most important to many of our kids out there is Halloween. If you're a new resident or existing resident, just want to remind you that Halloween in Mason always occurs on October 31st. This year that falls on a Friday. The hours are 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock p.m. and that event will occur rain or shine. So that's all I have.
Great.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No, I don't. I have 2 liquor pits.
Oh,
Actually, 1 liquor permit for the same facility. This is for Arrow Wine Stores. The first is kind of, it's not actually a permit, it's a liquor agency contract. It's a little different for council, but what that is basically is a contract for them to, Arrow Wine to act as a consignment for the state of Ohio Division Control, where they, portion of their sales is, they receive commission for a portion of their sales. The rest of the revenue goes to the state of Ohio, and that goes into a separate fund that is used for economic development efforts. And then also we would need to approve a new liquor permit for Arrow Wine Stores. So with that, I would need a motion of council to approve both of those.
is there such a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Yes. Any opposed? Okay. Jennifer, what is the most frequently asked question of Mason city government?
At this time of year, it's when is trick or treat? So October 31st, rain or shine from 6 to 8.
Yeah. What about snow? Because you know somebody's going to call.
Rain, shine, no matter what the weather it is.
What? Oh, right. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, how fun that's going to be. How fun. All right, item 8 is even more fun than that. We have the results of the calendar contest for 2022.
So Mayor, members of council, every year we host a calendar contest to, in order to obtain photographs to be used in our city community calendar. Lisa heads up this project, and tonight Lisa would like to announce the winner of that. If you are interested in participating in it, you can go online at the city's website throughout the year and submit photographs of the community. It does have to take place in the city of Mason, or the picture has to be photographed in the city of Mason, but you're encouraged to participate in that program and hopefully win a spot in the calendar. Lisa?
Okay, I'm going to have Kurt click through this slideshow here, and if you are here, please come up. We do have a small gift for you in your framed photo. The first one will be January, Innocence, Calm, and Purity by Sonia.
Lisa, do you want pictures of all of them?
Maybe at the end, if everyone could come up that's here and we could get a picture. Next is February. Ron Farrell, Sailors Take Warning. He is not able to attend this evening. March is Ellen with Spring Blooms, who is not with us this evening. April is Brad Metzger, Spring Has Sprung, who I think should be here this evening. Okay. May by Anshu, Beauty Blooms. June is Family Outing by Tammy Pierce. July, Rose of Sharon by Anna Rodke. I don't think she's here either. Okay. August, Radiant Inspiration, Anshu, a double winner this year. September, Lunchtime by Willow Golds. October is Summer Sunset by Dylan. He's not here this evening. November is Mason Memorial by Veronica. Is not here this evening. And December is Tammy Pierce. It's Mary Mason. Double winner. And our cover this year is by Michelle, and it's Golden Glow. And I don't believe she's here either this evening. Any winners that are listening? Any winners that are listening are welcome to pick up your small gift and photo at the Municipal Center between 8 and 4:30, Monday through Friday. And I'd like to invite council to come down and get pictures with the calendar winners that are present.
All right, item 9 on the agenda is recognition of visitors. Oh, we've got a sign-in sheet. If you wanted to be recognized and didn't sign in, we'll put it back out for the second round. We have 2 rounds tonight, and it would be helpful if you can save, our agenda is very short, by the way, if you can save comments that are not related to the agenda for the second round. But I understand if you have to go, you have to go. Tonight's agenda is short, so it won't be a huge deal. Council could consider setting a time limit for the first round, but we seem to have a light audience, so I think we're going to be okay. What do you think, guys? Normally, our time limit per person is 5 minutes. Is everybody okay with that? Yep. Okay. All right, so recognition of visitors. First on my list is Susie Lertzman, followed by Kathy Elliott, and then Alan Lertzman. And then we've got Kim Alcorn and Shar Pelfrey. Those are our first 5. Welcome, Miss Susie.
Thank you. I'll try and keep short because I know there are other people who want to talk. I first want to say thank you so very much for getting the spelling of council corrected. That's a wonderful thing. I just want to reiterate, I guess, that A, there should be nothing between me and my doctor. B, the government should take its head away from me and my doctor. That I think this has become a religious argument, and no one has the right to legislate their religion on me, especially if it isn't mine. That's kind of early in the Constitution, so I think that kind of is a big thing. And I'll say lastly, October 2nd, Women's March. Head down to the State House or go online and find the closest Women's March for you. Woohoo! Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Susie. So nice to see you tonight. Kathy, and then Alan, then Kim, then Shar. And if the audience could just remember, please, to refrain from outbursts and applause, just helps our meeting run much more smoothly. Welcome, Kathy Elliott.
Thank you. First, this is the 3rd time in a row that I've spoken, so I may have formed a habit, and I just want to say I do really appreciate this forum to do this. And before I actually give my speech part, I had mentioned to you at the break that I had some questions after the initial work session, so I just wanted to get some clarification on a few things. I got confused about the part where you talked about the private right to action, and I understood the part about status quo, that there would be no change of access to abortion rights services because we don't presently have that in Mason anyway. But my question is, because we haven't seen this revised legislation, we don't have copies tonight, is the part about the penalties still there? The part about the penalties for people who aid someone who wants abortion services. So is there still penalties for somebody if you give them a ride, or if you give them money, or for pharmacies that might fulfill a prescription, or for doctors who might give advice? That's my first question, is about that. Is that part still in there? And my second part is if you could give clarification. You answered me, but on what exactly we can expect to happen at the next council meeting. Is that where we will discuss it more, or is that where a vote is going to happen? Could this potentially be voted on at the next meeting in 2 weeks? So those are my questions before my actual speech. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Okay. Let me do the easiest one. So next meeting, I anticipate it being added to the agenda prior to the meeting. So it would come in our council packets and be announced ahead of time. So that means we could take a vote on it at that meeting. I do not know how council members all feel about it at this point. We had 3 members missing from the work session, so I didn't get to get their feedback. But potentially, yes, a vote could occur at the next council meeting. And then as far as the penalties part, I'm going to do my best. So I think the answer is not locally. It only has to do with the Ohio Human Rights and Heartbeat Protection Act. So it takes away the penalties at the local level. So I'm not explaining this very well.
So like just to do it anecdotally, if someone comes to me, a daughter or a friend of one of my daughters or something like that, and I give them a ride or I give them money, what happens to me?
It's only if you violate the Heartbeat Protection Act at the state law.
Meaning what, though? I don't
Well,
follow you.
to be honest,
Is that a matter of 6 weeks, or is that what is
well,
you saying there?
the Ohio Human Rights and Heartbeat Protection Act outlaws abortion after the time of a detected heartbeat. And so at that point, it's not legal. And so any penalties that would come from violating that law would come from the state, not at the local level.
So that's
And
not
so-
part of the local ordinance, then? That wouldn't be part of the local ordinance to
No,
you know,
no,
when it was read originally, there was talk about jail time and fines of $1,000.
That was
That's
all
what I'm
in
asking
that
about.
was in the private right of action, and I asked
Yeah,
to
that
take
was
that
what I
out.
didn't get.
And-
That has been removed?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Because that's what I wanted to talk about in the speech was something that's so objectionable about this is the emphasis on the penalties as opposed to emphasis on prevention. You know, why are we taking such a punitive approach here instead of a preventive approach? Because, I mean, clearly there are differences of opinion in this room, but I feel like the one thing that we all have in common is that we would like to prevent unwanted pregnancies and therefore, by extension, abortions. But I feel like we come here every week or every month and we talk about this is why abortion needs to stay safe and legal versus this is a way we want to curtail abortion access. And I feel like we're never talking about why don't we try to prevent these before it ever gets to that point. So this may be pipe dream stuff, but I think there are things that Mason could be doing now to prevent unplanned pregnancies here. Like, for example, instead of wasting taxpayer money on, I think, what will be inevitable legal challenges to the ordinance, and also on, like, the leak investigation, could the city instead use that money to establish and design and fund their own sexual wellness and education facility? Maybe donate some rent-free space in the community center. You just have part-time hours to offer education and free contraception and emergency contraception to prevent pregnancy before fertilization occurs. And I assume that curriculum is a school board issue, but maybe such a facility could offer an alternative sex education class that middle school and high school students could opt in with the consent of their parents that would be more comprehensive and practical than what is currently allowed to be taught in the public schools. And it could be staffed with trained, qualified counselors who could be available resources for a multitude of sexual wellness concerns. Maybe it could offer health screenings and tests, kind of like the services that are provided by Planned Parenthood. But to be clear, I'm not talking about a facility that would provide abortions. I'm also not talking about one of those centers that deceives people by offering one-sided propaganda. But there's got to be a middle ground, right? At the last meeting, Vice Mayor Gilb, you lamented how there is no middle ground anymore. So here's some middle ground, and I'm asking, can we not consider a collaborative solution? So before I go back to my seat, I do want to address this to council and get feedback about what are you doing on the preventive side. But before that, I want to conclude with one last comment on the topic of this ordinance. City Council is 7 people who are elected to manage the municipal budget, development, and infrastructure. And I believe that for you to even consider this abortion ordinance is politically self-serving, and it is an outrageous aggrandizement of what your roles really are here. With respect, I believe this is far beyond the scope of the positions to which you were elected. But if you are so confident that this is truly what Mason wants, then you should put it to the voters on a ballot. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Audience, if you want to be rowdy, then you gotta go in the overflow room, please. Okay, we've got Alan.
Oh, wait, I thought you were going to talk about...
Oh, these were not rhetorical questions. Okay.
No, I was saying before I sit down, I really do.
Oh, I thought you were
What,
just
if
ask the
anything, are
questions.
you guys doing on the preventive side of this?
Well, I think you've been to some of our committee meetings. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Not committee, I've only been here.
Okay, we've been talking about ways to come up alongside and empower mothers in Mason and what that looks like. And we passed a resolution at our last meeting about
Yeah, it was
you know,
like
support
that.
for families, and we talked about some anecdotal experiences we've had, and we're still looking at that. But there are multiple agencies in the Warren County and Cincinnati area and Dayton area that provide support for people that have experienced unplanned pregnancies, and maybe there's somebody in the audience that can speak to that tonight. I know there's some people here that are very actively involved in that. As far as us educating mothers or providing medical services or medical advice at the local level, I mean, I think that sex education and prevention education is handled through the schools, but I mean,
But you know there's a lot that
consider-
they can't teach. There's a lot of things
well,
that
yeah,
they...
that should be handled by the family. I'm a firm believer that needs to happen at home. That needs to happen at home. Ma'am, we've already talked about this. Please stop disrupting our meetings. Okay, so
set.
if council would like to speak to that really briefly so we can make sure everybody else has an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I don't want to hog it. I'll sit. but-
Thanks. So, Mr. Chance, would you like to
I've
go
got it.
first?
Thank you for bringing that up. Actually, I'm going to address this later. This was sitting on my desk. It's a private email that I sent to 5 different individuals in this community, and somehow it got leaked. And Mrs. Vyers is filming me now, so that's awesome. And somehow it got leaked, and I can't wait to address this because I'll give my stance, but I'm also going to give you some of the things that we've been discussing inside the community that is action-oriented. And so thanks for bringing that up. So if you stick around, I will certainly give you my opinion on this.
Anyone else? I'm sorry? Mr. Munich, have you signed up on the list? You have? Okay. I'm going in order. So you're number 17. So bear with me, okay? I changed the order once and kind of moved it around the first time we had a sign-up sheet, and that didn't go over so well with some people. So I'm going to get through it as quickly as I can tonight. Okay, Mr. Lertzman, Alan, and then we've got Kim Alicorn, and then Sharp Helfrey, please.
My name is Al Lertzman and live at 7343 Red Oak Court. A couple of quick things. First of all, addressing something that's actually on the agenda. I'm curious how the City of Mason, the Mason City Council can proclaim National Fire Prevention Week. You can recognize it maybe, but you can't proclaim it. That's the federal government's business. Having said that, I was at the special meeting and I heard you go over the chronology of the original study of downtown back in 2001, the development plan in 2002, the guidelines in 2006, the update in 2010, and the almost completed update in 2021. Question obviously comes to mind is, why not wait till the 2021 study is finished? What's the rush? Even if you take the 2010 update and work off that, I wonder how many people would get a proposal from a contractor to renovate their house and then 10 years later use that proposal. In the interim, they may have had kids may have moved out, they may have gotten divorced, they may have gotten married, all sorts of things could have happened. Just like all sorts of changes have undoubtedly occurred in downtown Mason in the last 11 years. So you've got a study going on. Would it really hurt to wait till it was finished before committing to something where there's some debate as to really the merits of it and whether it's going to meet people's needs? I was downtown the other day getting pizza. Parking was a bear. There's been talk about the fact that these apartments will bring more business to downtown, and that's probably true to some extent. But to what extent? I don't know. you're giving up property, well, the schools are going to negotiate the property taxes. Mason would get income taxes from people that live there, assuming that they work in Mason. If they don't, then they're going to pay their income tax where they work and get credit for that, and then maybe pay something in Mason, okay? I know that when I lived in a different part of this area, I worked in Norwood. I paid my income tax in Norwood. I paid not a penny to where I lived, which really bugged the hell out of me, to be honest, okay? I felt I should be paying where I'm getting the services. But I really wonder how many people who are paying, who have an income of $75,000 a year are going to be working in Mason versus how many are going to be working elsewhere. I think that the council's expectation for how much income is going to come from those 200 apartments, or 120 apartments, whatever the number was, needs to be tempered with that thought in mind. I'm also kind of curious as to why, I forget the date that you said Keystone took the option on the property, but they apparently had the option and they held it, didn't execute on it for a period of time. And then suddenly in July, before there was really any commitment from the city, they purchased a property which could be useless to them as far as development. Of course, if the development didn't go through, they could always turn around and sell that property at market value, which the city obviously is not selling its property for market value. But I wonder why Keystone suddenly closed in July. What did they, what made them believe that this deal was a done deal?
Mr. Lertzman, it was July 1st, 2020, and I can tell you that I don't think he told any of us that he closed the property. I didn't know.
I'm not implying that there was anything. I'm just wondering.
But I think you're implying that he had some kind of a special premonition. It was his right to invest in the property. He took an option on it early on. He took a risk, and his risk may work out. It may not. But I think your question, though, is insinuating that he did something wrong.
No, I'm wondering. I'm just wondering what triggered it at that point. Whether
I
heard
don't
something
know.
in the grapevine.
I don't know the particulars of his agreement with
Right.
Mr. Malhotra.
Okay. I think I'll leave it at that at this point. But I do appreciate the time to address you. Oh, I know, there was one other thing, actually. I take that back. You made the point was made that in August and September, there was a lot of input from the community on the Keystone deal. I was at both of those meetings, and my recollection,
My apologies, you've come to the end of your 5 minutes.
can I get another
Yep.
30
Can
seconds?
you just wrap it up real quick?
I was at both of those meetings. My recollection is not a single person in the audience spoke in favor of that deal. So I think that gives you some feel, perhaps, for how the community feels about it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. All right. Kim Alcorn, Shar Pelfrey, Jim Fox, Helen Fox.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. This isn't easy to share, but I feel like as I learned about the opportunity that we may have to make this Mason a sanctuary of Life City, I felt that this was my opportunity to step up and speak up and share personal testimony of a human side of it, maybe. And in 1957, way back, that kind of tells you how old I am. Don't do the math, please. My birth mother had an unwanted pregnancy, and she put me up for adoption. She was in the middle of trying to get her nursing license in Middletown. I didn't even know she was that close, but they decided to put me up for adoption. And she took that route. And it was very hard. I got to read messages and dictations from counselors of when she was at the Home for Unwed Mothers. The difficult decision she had made, but she made it. And there was a Mason family that was looking for a baby. And every day, my mom said that he called every day and said, "Do you have a baby for us? Do you have a baby?" And so I was that baby. I am a child of a mother that didn't want her pregnancy. And the story, it doesn't stop there. It goes on. I have gone through Mason schools. I was a Mason Girl Scout. They gave me everything I could want. Sorry, my mom passed on a couple years ago, so I'm still I'm more appreciative today, each day after this, that I see what was done for me. But I just wanted to say, with having all those things and those great things, I was a typical teenager, and I found myself in a crisis pregnancy. And even though they were probably wanting to do the right thing by me, they ended up sending me away for an abortion. And so I have two sides of the story. And I did not want that. And I was in a hospital, and I was by myself, and I got the courage, like I did tonight. I was like, well, this is feeling like the same kind of courage, I've had to say. Called the nurse in and said, I don't want to do this. I want to go to a home for unwed mothers here in the city, and I just want to stop this. Well, it was too late. And I had to go through that terrifying experience at 16 years old. And nobody told me what the side effects were going to be years down the road. Even today, you can see the emotion. This is a heartfelt thing that I've had. And I looked out over the city I was in, and I said, God, please. This was New York City where I was. They sent me to, because we didn't do it here, okay? And so I'm hoping here is why I'm standing here today. Like, I think it's a great thing to be in a city that has morals that won't do this, you know, but nobody, it was a horrible experience and a gruesome one. And I've told all my kids about it, and thankfully none of them had crisis pregnancy. They were here Mason students. And what I can say is I had to ask God, please, you know, give me the courage to not go through with this and call somebody in. And I did muster it up, but it was too late. So the process went on. I came back, went to school, graduated. I've become a mom. And then I heard of a crisis pregnancy center in Cincinnati. And actually, they came and said, you know, you can be forgiven. You can, we can give options to young women, and you can be a part of this. And it was so refreshing to know that maybe I could do something too. I couldn't change what I did, what happened. I've grown up, but I want to do something positive to help other women. And so I was a counselor at the Crisis Pregnancy Center. And I got to see mothers exchange babies and young mothers giving them up and crying and leaving. You know, I got to see it all. And during the training, I heard of what the emotional and physical consequences that you have after an abortion, which totally targeted me because nobody would ever talk to me about it. And I realized that God answered my prayer that day. He did heal me in a different way. Maybe that moment didn't happen the way I wanted, but I had 5 healthy kids, and they could have been deformed. I could have had early pregnancies futured down.
Mrs. Alcorn, I'm sorry, you've come to the end of your 5 minutes.
Okay. All I want to say is I would like to see Mason, now that I'm here. I have 5 kids that are nursing students in labor and delivery and at Children's Hospital, and they fight for life. So I would like to see Mason stay that way. So if that can help give you a personal touch on it, I hope that helps.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Alcorn. Audience, please remember, we need to control the outbursts. I'm so sorry. All right, we have Shar Pelfrey next, followed by Jim Fox, and then Helen Fox, and then Josh Beckman. Welcome, Shar.
Thank you very much. Kurt, I think we're going to bypass because of time. I'll just reference. Thank you. Greetings, Mayor Grossman, Vice Mayor Gilb, members of council, Assistant Manager Heft, and city staff. My name is Sharp Helfrey, 5499 Mason Road. I retired from Mason Council in 2017 with 16 years of service, serving as mayor, vice mayor, and many other roles, but one that I dearly loved was 16 years as chair of Mason's Downtown Committee. I love our beautiful city. I want to go on record saying I have no political side, not one, to this Mason downtown because of the extensive research that we've done and the professional support that we've engaged over the years, and because I've seen what so many of our neighbors around us have successfully done with their downtowns. I know that Mason's downtown, our local businesses and services are primed for state-of-the-art upgrades and renovation. For most of those 16 years, from 2000 to 2017, we had monthly downtown committee meetings with an open forum to the community and in partnership with the Downtown Merchant Association. For many of those years, we met weekly, sometimes daily, working on progress downtown. We met here, Mason City Schools, often at the chamber. When we as a council first began considering downtown in 2000, we wanted not only council's buy-in, but Mason at large, specifically the downtown businesses and residents. We were initially met with everything from excitement to skepticism to antagonism. We hosted many large community forums, some small think tanks, even individual key person interviews to get buy-in and gain some trust. Eventually, in 2001, we engaged a highly recommended independent firm, the Pogemeyer Design Group, to walk us completely through the revitalization process. We formed the DMRC, which at that time was Downtown Mason Revitalization Committee, and I have on my phone all these pictures, but time is going to stop me from that. Eventually changed to DMA, Downtown Merchant Association, with 90 members, divided into subcommittees, which included any resident or business owner who had interest in downtown, and they became a partner with the city. We made out flyers, went door to door, set up booths at every Mason event to get the word out that we were wanting to revitalize Mason's downtown, and we wanted public input. We had 100 volunteers at one point that provided various levels of support. During that time, we updated our comprehensive plan, our thoroughfare plan, the bicycle and pedestrian walkways and viable connections, our landscape plan, our traffic and traffic calming studies were done, parking analysis was done, and by the way, we know as a city exactly how many parking places we have today and how many we can develop in the future, and it's a sizable number. We have land use and zoning studies. We hired the Danter Company to do a downtown marketing analysis of what type of businesses and establishers would do well, and it is still current because downtown hasn't changed that much. In 2007, we broke ground, and in 2008, we completed all that we could do. In 2008, a recession put much of our plans on hold for several years, although we were still meeting. Hence, pictures. I'm sorry you're not going to see that tonight. But I did bring some of the publications, and many of you may not know that we even have these. We have everything from an icon study to a traffic study, and yes, I'm a Mason nerd. I've saved every last one of them. We have the Pogemeyer study. We have quarterly advertising reports. We have the downtown parking study. How many of you know that this even exists or have read it if you're involved in downtown? You should. It hasn't changed. We have a streetscape study. We have, these are alleyways. We know all about our alleyways. This is a downtown Mason Construction public relations report that we sent out month after month after month after month. We even developed an icon. We sent it out. You can still shop in downtown Mason while we are doing revitalization. We worked hard. This is a communications survey result. We did that even. We worked so much to get public buy-in and public approval. The Pogemeyer plan itself, which took a year to create, was designed to provide guidelines for what could fit in Mason, a look at what Mason currently has regarding downtown, our parking, our infrastructure, signage, image and theme, gateways, buildings and historical resources, management and organization,
Mrs.
marketing.
Curry, I'm
Do I have 1 minute? Can I ask council for 1 more minute? I'm nearly there. Thank you. We paid very good money for that plan. It's super comprehensive and valid and useful today as it was when it was first published, and they did a fantastic job. It's not that we haven't had opportunities. Downtown on-street parking was canceled by few. More public parking canceled by few. The ugly green wall between Subway and downtown was agreed by owners to come down, and shared parking was going to go in the back. That was canceled. A beautiful plaza with shade, LED lighting, encouraging safe evening foot traffic, and a beautiful icon was greatly exaggerated and canceled. Downtown gateway improvements and lane expansion, canceled. So I say this in closing. Those that share my passion for downtown Mason, and I know there are a lot of you out there, you should demand before you start to look at what we have. How does it make any sense to move forward before you know what we have? We have amazing plans for the city of Mason. You need to study those. We need to study those before we move forward. Eventually, they may say the very same things, then we've wasted our time, our resources, and our energy. Meanwhile, our neighbors all around us are capitalizing on our inactivity. Thank you, council, and thank you, residents.
Thank you, Mrs. Pelfrey. We appreciate you coming out. All right. Kurt, you have the pictures? Maybe we can show them in old and new business?
I'm not sure if I'm going to stay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think.
So you would put them on the projector. Council,
yeah.
they're on her phone. Okay, all right. No problem. All right.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us that perspective. Okay, Jim Fox, Helen Fox, Josh Beckman, and then Joseph Moser.
Mayor, just wait.
Welcome. We're glad you're here in person tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be back. Jim Fox, 136 Kings Mills Road. I am a member of the committee for the referendum to the current downtown development agreement. We have named ourselves Pause, Plan, Grow. Our goal is to make an incredible Mason even more incredible. We do not advocate personal attacks and behind-the-scene politicking. We do advocate public involvement, and that involvement is growing every single day. And we do advocate total transparency. In fact, if council or the public wants to know what we're up to, you can visit our Pause, Plan, Grow Facebook page or our pauseplangrow.com website. The people of Mason involved in this movement love our city. And we are all for downtown development as long as it makes sense for current and future businesses and residents. We are hoping for a council that represents these residents and businesses rather than just one developer. Most of all, the referendum committee firmly believes that the residents and businesses of Mason deserve more input and choice than what we have been offered. In 2 short weeks, our committee has listened to literally hundreds and hundreds of voices opposing this specific plan and Ordinance 2021-92. We hope that Mason City Council is listening as well. I watched tonight's special meeting on ICRC, and I would like to correct some misleading information that was mentioned during that meeting. First of all, there were several points that were attributed to Pause, Plan, Grow concerns that were private citizen concerns, not our committee. If council wishes clarification on Pause, Plan, Grow's concerns, they should contact the Pause, Plan, Grow committee. Tax implications with the current developer agreement were discussed, but it has not been studied what the tax implications would be with another developer or another type of development.
Mr. Fox, that's actually not correct. I made a presentation earlier in the year comparing two different types of development.
Let me correct that. Since the ordinance was discussed in the last month, it was mentioned that there may be unhappy citizens with any project, but in my 70 years of life in Mason, I have never seen as many unhappy citizens and business owners, and that is why our committee is willing to create and forward this movement. The developer's intentions were cited several times, but those intentions are not in writing or part of the agreement. They're merely intentions.
Could you specify which ones?
The ones that you mentioned in the special meeting. Intentions to keep parking, to work with businesses, to have charrettes. I don't believe those are...
Those are all in the contract. Those are all contingent in the contract.
I must have overlooked that. Again, the intent of the referendum group is to allow the public's choice. A referendum group should not be lumped into some group labeled as immoral, which seemed to be the implication during the special meeting. Please do not malign or discredit the people who are supporting this movement. After all, these are the voters who put you all in office. We are expressing our views in a democratic manner, and we will be expressing our satisfaction or dissatisfaction in November by voting in the council elections. Council has the opportunity to be heroes by repealing this ordinance. The city charter permits such an action. A special election could be avoided totally if council were to rescind ordinance 2021-92 prior to October 13th. Again, if members of council or Mason voters would like more information or to join our concerns, you can visit our Pause Plan Grow Facebook page or our pauseplangrow.com website. We would welcome your participation. Thank you.
Mr. Fox, could you tell me which slides that I showed in my presentation had incorrect information? Every single concern that I addressed was from the Pause Plan Grow website. I did join the Facebook page and I was given the boot, so I'm no longer on the Facebook page. I'm blocked. It doesn't even come up when I search it, so I'm assuming I'm blocked.
I don't know of any information that's on that site that was put on by the committee that is erroneous. Now, if people comment, that's their right, and there are always comments on both sides of any issue that are slightly erroneous, but we do not choose to tell people what they will or will not believe.
Okay, but did you find any errors on the concerns raised on the slides? Because I quoted them from the website, and then I addressed and gave some explanations on each of the slides that I made. Did you find any mistakes?
Any mistakes that you made?
Yeah, each concern that I addressed on my slideshow presentation in the work session was verbatim from the website, pauseplangrow.com. So I'm just checking so I know if I make any
Again, you may have been
mistakes.
addressing individual concerns.
No,
that
those
were
from the website.
That are not the committee's.
Is the committee not responsible for the website or the Facebook page? Literally, I took them off of your website.
Again, you may be addressing private concerns, not the committee's concerns.
Those were the committee's concerns if the committee made the website. So if there were any errors, then you know what? You can just email me and we can sort it out that way, or you can give me a call and staff can give you my personal contact information, no problem. Anything else?
Fair enough. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Helen Fox, Josh Beckman, Joseph Moser.
Helen Fox, 136 Kings Mills Road.
Hi.
The cost of a special election is absolutely minimal compared to the cost of this project. We have received estimates from both the City of Mason and the Board of Elections that the cost of a special election would be approximately $25,000. If 4 council members had adhered to their obligation of responsible spending and representing city residents, we citizens would not be seeking a special election. You can still put an end to the cost of both a special election and millions of dollars in taxpayer giveaways by holding a vote tonight to rescind the September 13th vote. Your Mason Charter specifically allows you to rescind an ordinance within 30 days. If you don't rescind, we will proceed with the special election. Mayor Grossman, will you support a motion to rescind Ordinance 2021-92?
I will not.
Can I ask why, when there's been all this conversation around it and a
Yes.
cost?
Yes, sure, you can ask why. We carefully studied this matter. The facts have been laid out. I understand that there are some in the downtown community that don't agree with it or don't want it or have a different opinion. We're executing the information in the plans that are on the public record that the city has spent. I don't know how much money exactly, but I would assume hundreds of thousands of dollars on studies since 2001 to present. They're still of date. We're following the plans. The Pogemeyer study, for example, from 2002, I believe, recommends that we establish a CRA in downtown Mason. And that had never been done before. A CRA is a tax abatement. So there are all kinds of
Tax abatement for 120 residential units?
No, it's a tax abatement for a $20 million private investment in downtown Mason, which is unprecedented. And I have noticed that Pause Plan Grow does not communicate. It's a tax abatement for the improvements valued at $20 million. The underlying value of the property is not abated. He will pay taxes. If he takes possession of that public property in the transfer, that will start to generate tax revenue day one. It is at baseline 0. The city pays no taxes to the schools, to the county, nothing. So immediately upon transfer, it will start to generate tax revenue for our schools. We made a calculated decision based on all kinds of ideas that were pitched. And if you look at a $4 million investment or a $5 million investment with no abatement and they pay $400,000 for the land, and you compare that to a $20 million private investment and a $100,000 cost on the land, with an abatement.
Thank you.
It's extraordinarily more.
Mayor, I just have something to address, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Mrs. Fox, thank you for bringing that up, because this is the second time that I've heard about all of these studies, and this is the first time I've heard of all of these studies. I mean, I don't understand, like, Mrs. Pelfrey brought them up as well. Why didn't we use those? I never looked at those once. Did you? Yeah, and you were chair of the downtown committee. I understand that. We can't talk to each other.
Okay, yeah, you guys have to
There was
address the
then-
chair, both of you.
Thing that we passed in 2018 when I was the chair of the downtown committee, so we can look at development. So thank you for bringing that up, and I was going to ask Mrs. Pelfrey also. And the second question I do have is, we always talk about all this revenue that's going to be generated. Has anyone talked to the schools?
That is for the schools and the developer to negotiate. And if the schools and the developer cannot come up with a school compensation agreement, a SCA, which establishes an amount for a pilot, P-I-L-O-T, then the deal's off. It's contingent. The abatement is, and the whole project is contingent on reaching an agreement with the schools. And so that's between the developer and the schools. That I don't know, because that is between the developer and the schools.
Thank you.
And it was our responsibility to know about the studies. I knew about the studies, and I've been racking my brain all these many months. I'm like, why are people saying there is no plan for downtown Mason?
I can tell you, I'm not too interested in a study that's 2 decades old.
Well, it's still current, and if you read it, you'll know why. You have a responsibility to have constructive knowledge about what we've done. All right, next on the list
Why
is
didn't you bring it
Josh Beckman. We've brought it
Never
up
discussed it.
ad nauseum.
Oh, my.
And if you were at the work session, you would know, because I went through it tonight. All right, Josh Beckman, come on up, followed by Joseph Moser, and then Grace Waller, I think. Walter, I'm sorry. Grace Walter. So Josh, Joseph, Grace. All right, Josh.
Good evening, Josh Beckman, 422 Lakefront Drive, Lebanon, Ohio. Good evening, Kathy Grossman, Mayor, and as well as Vice Mayor Mike Gilb and members of council. I just want to say thank you for letting me speak tonight. I really appreciate it. It's not every day where residents from other cities, neighboring cities, get to speak at many city council meetings, and I appreciate it. The first item that I want to bring up is an item that was actually passed in Lebanon on this past 2 Tuesdays ago, September 14th, 2021, and it was an ordinance that specifically prohibited the city from instituting any vaccine mandates on our employees, specifically city employees. And I would highly recommend and would consider the city of Mason following the same exact thing. I have been told by many city residents of Lebanon as well as Mason, they are very excited about Lebanon and what this precedent stands for, and how this actually says, no, we are not going to allow our government to really be totalitarianism and bring totalitarianism into our city specifically. And again, this has nothing to do with abortion. I said this at the Lebanon City Council meeting. This is strictly saying that we will not allow government to come in and tell us how to live our lives specifically regarding a vaccine mandate. A vaccine mandate vaccine specifically does not actually kill any human being. It's supposed to protect someone. Abortion specifically does intend to kill someone. And that is the difference between a vaccine mandate and the pro-choice movement itself. And actually, I do want to bring up specifically Planned Parenthood. Because so few know the true history of the racism behind Planned Parenthood, let's begin with Planned Parenthood's founder, Margaret Sanger. She was a eugenicist and staunch racist who was requested to speak at many KKK rallies. That is a fact. She was adorned by the crowds, and she even stated that the most merciful thing that a large family does to one of its infant members is to kill it. She used Black Americans to persuade other Black Americans to join her racist agenda. In 1939, she wrote in a letter to Dr. Clarence J. Gable, a Black minister no less, stating, "We do not want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister is the man who can straighten that idea out if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members." And I quote, "Colored people are like human weeds and need to be exterminated." Planned Parenthood perpetuates racism to this day. In 2008, Lila Rose hired an actor to pose as a racist and to call Planned Parenthood and offer donations to, quote, "lower the number of Blacks by directly paying for their abortions." Planned Parenthood accepted the proposed donations in 7 states across the nation. And in 2019, specifically in Ohio, we've had 20,101 abortions. And Black women, unfortunately, make up 7.1% of our population, yet carry out 46% of those abortions. If almost half of the abortions are carried out by 7.1% of our population, then they are being targeted. And anyone who defends that would defend racism. Why does Planned Parenthood state, "Together we fight for all," but targets Black people? That is the question of the hour. Planned Parenthood, I call on you to denounce the systemic racism of your organization as it continues to prey upon people of color, as 81% of your abortion clinics are within walking distance of Black communities. "81%.
Mr. Beckman, you've come to the end of your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Anyone who says abortion is wrong, but I'm going to let someone do it, you're praising KKK mentality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckman. Audience, please. Okay, Joseph Moser, Grace Walter, Esther Grubbs.
Hello, my name is Joseph Moser. I live at 966 Sheffield Drive. And I talked last meeting a little bit about the, I'm not for abortion, and I didn't have really clear stuff in front of me, so tonight I made a difference and have something. So I've heard about the UN guidelines, and it's somewhere in the Constitution. And so I have a thing in here that states what the First Amendment of the United States Constitution states. Congress shall pass no law respecting an establishment of religion and prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The two parts known as the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause respectively form the textual basis for the Supreme Court interpretation. So, that being said, abortion is not a constitutional right. It's a case law from Roe v. Wade, which is why it could be very well overturned. But having moved forward, what I wanted to show is somebody brought up, I guess this thing isn't working right now, but all right, well, right here. And it said, the 10 best cities to raise a family in Ohio in 2021, Mason ranks 6. So if it's the best city to raise a family in, it would probably be good not to have abortion advertised as something we want to do around here. And I'm thankful for the lady who said that through her merit, through their unplanned pregnancy, she was allowed to be born, and she was able to be benefited by the City of Mason's charity. So having said that, I made mention of something that was something I read. I don't know how that, and it's the Satanic Temple joins the backlash against the Texas abortion law. And what disturbs me about this is the person who runs the Satanic Temple, and he said this: I am sure the Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, who famously spends a good deal of his time composing press releases about religious liberty issues in other states, we will be proud to see the Texas robust religious liberty laws, which he so vivaciously champions, will prevent future abortion rituals from being interrupted by superficial government restrictions meant only to shame and harass those seeking the abortion. Temple co-founder Lucius Graves reportedly said, and this is the guy who runs the Satan Temple. So it's not just something I said the other day, it's actually can be found. So having moving forward, I want to show a little historic content to something here. And when we have the satanic idolatry of abortion. And then in that, and this is this really sad truth of the religious aspect of this, or whatever anybody wants to call it, is abortion is the Antichrist demonic parody of the offering for Christ. That is why it uses the same holy words, but is my body with the blaspheme opposite meaning, implying that Christ died, the Eucharist, right, or the abortion of the Antichrist demonic parody of the Eucharist, which is why the Eucharist is the body of Christ, the blood of Christ. And in Romans 10:13, acknowledge Christ in your heart and in your mind, and you have salvation. Well, the Satanic Temple has the abortion fetus as the body and blood of its sacrament. So going on with that, the self-centering argument of my body, my rights, in support of abortion comes to us directly from the original lie that deceived the human race and subject us to sin and death. Ye should be as gods. The assertion of the supremacy of self is its own form of idolatry and remains the ultimate cause of human war and suffering seen in the slaughter of uncounted millions of innocent throughout human history. Planned Parenthood has not only sided with the great enemy of the human race, but profits well from the tendency and forces the rest of us to be complicit in its government-subsidized genocide and joyfully lending the slaughter of millions of innocents. Planned Parenthood assists as the priesthood of the satanic religion of self-worship. So that's what I have to say about my stance against abortion. Moving on.
Mr. Moser, you have come to the end of your 5 minutes.
Okay, just one last thing. I would like to sit there and thank the Mason teachers for educating my children.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. All right, Grace Walter. And then I think it's Esther who's next. Grubs? Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grace. We've got your address, so you can just start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so originally he was supposed to speak on my behalf tonight, so he's just here, and this is going to take me just less than a minute, so he's just going to speak for the rest of my time. Hello, my name is Grace Walter, and I'm a resident of Mason. I just graduated from the high school this year. I wanted to address this council tonight about the city becoming a sanctuary city for the unborn. Every single human deserves to have their inherent rights protected by law. These unborn humans are in fact that, human beings. They ontologically are human beings as they have existence. We all have the same ontological status the moment of conception as we do now. It is only philosophically consistent to be pro-life if you claim to support human rights for all. Not only is it philosophically right to deny abortion throughout all stages of development, the pro-life position is the scientifically supported belief. Life begins at conception. This is a fact that every honest embryologist and biologist acknowledges. Being is what determines the importance of life, not any arbitrary ability the other side subjectively picks that day. It is the moral duty of this council to make a statement that we believe in the human right to live for all humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. And your name is?
My name is Jordan Mormon.
Jordan
Thank you for
Mormon.
having me. Yes.
Thank you.
So I work with students like Grace all over Ohio. There's about 60 pro-life groups that I work with, and so I get to see people like Grace all the time, and it's really great. But I wanted to affirm the dignity and humanity of the unborn from the moment of conception until their natural death. We do not need abortion. It's a procedure involving dismemberment, starvation, suction with a vacuum 30 times more powerful than you would use to clean your floor at home. Abortion does not solve heartache, it does not solve financial difficulty, and it does not solve an abusive situation. It merely ends a human life, something that 96% of secular biologists agree with. So 96% of secular biologists believe that human life begins at conception. Planned Parenthood claims that they help women. We often hear the mantra, it's only 3% of what they do, which, by the way, if that's the case, then they can come here and do other services, right? But the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? If it is in fact true that it is only 3% of what they do, then why the visceral reaction? Don't they offer other profitable services? The Washington Post, hardly a friend of the pro-life movement, admitted that Planned Parenthood's own annual reports reveal that non-abortion services have been on the decline for years. They do not offer mammograms either. Yet, Planned Parenthood commits more and more abortions every year while other services decrease. So 354,871 defenseless children die inside of a Planned Parenthood all over the nation. Everyone knows abortion is their cash crop, and without it, they can't exist. Federally qualified health centers vastly outnumber Planned Parenthood and all abortion facilities. And you can look them up. There's some nearby. They offer substantially more care to low-income households without committing abortion violence. Primary and preventative care, dental care, mental health care, among other things, are available from federally qualified health centers. Additionally, a poll by the Institute for Pro-Life Advancement, the research arm of my organization, Students for Life of America, found that by about a 3-to-1 margin, millennials say that they prefer their tax money going to federally qualified health centers rather than Planned Parenthoods. Furthermore, thousands of pregnancy centers, which we heard about, across the country are ready and available to serve anyone who needs it with material assistance, free ultrasounds, free pregnancy tests, free STI testing. If you go into a Planned Parenthood, they're going to charge you a couple $100s to get an ultrasound. You can go to a pregnancy resource center for free. We don't need abortion. We don't need to end the lives of our children. We have the means to make abortion unthinkable. This ordinance would save lives and give hope to people that are pro-life across the country. And finally, I would just like to add that there is a website called standingwithyou.org. You can go there, type in your zip code, and see all the pregnancy resource centers in your area. I can name 7 within 30 miles of here, just off the top of my head, where you can go for all those services. So thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to Grace and I hope you will consider passing this ordinance.
Thank you, Grace and Jordan. And just for the record, Grace was one of those people at our meeting, I don't know, last month, but the meeting got cut short and Grace was there for hours and didn't get to speak. So I'm so glad that we got to hear from you tonight. All right, next on the list, is it Esther? E-S-E-H something. Last name starts with a G. Are you here? Sorry, I can't read your writing. Okay, let's move on, and if she shows up, then we'll circle back to around to her. Minda Bauer Cornett, Tammy Pierce, Debbie Williams, and then Mark Lords.
Good evening. I'm Minda Bauer
Welcome.
Cornett, and I live at 5083 Concord Hill Circle in Mason. There's so much talk tonight about pro-life or not pro-life. I'm not trying to talk about either. All I know is that I was raised in a family where my parents took care of foster children for years that were brought to them by Hamilton County. My brother older brother was adopted. I was born when my mother turned 42. I was the only child she had, so they were thrilled to have me. But I don't know what would have happened if times been different. I know that my parents would never have spoken to us about sex. Never. Not at all did they ever speak to us about sex. When it was time to talk about my monthly flow, my mother gave me a book. So that was it. So I really don't think that it's still appropriate to consider that the parents are going to do all this. It's just not realistic. I don't think that's going to happen all that much. The other thing that I brought with me was this. This was in the Journal News Pulse today that I found in my driveway. This is something that has been proposed in Lebanon. It's not Sanctuary City, anything like that. This is a safe haven baby box. I'm going to give this to you and turn it on. I would much rather see this in Mason than all this talk about a sanctuary city. So I will pass that around.
Thank you. I read about that. That's really, really neat. It's a drop box for infants at the fire station.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That the
I'll let
parents
you tell
cannot
it.
take care of. So that's my suggestion. I have spoken before about Proposition 2020-192. I'm also noticing that on the agenda there tonight there is the Estates of Mason subdivision. Could someone tell me where that is planned to be? I have not heard of this before. No one?
It's on Cocksmith Road between Parkside Drive and State Route 741.
Okay, that would have been helpful if we could put something like that in when you announce you're going to talk about it. I would like to know. That would be great. And I have spoken before about the matters of the ordinance 2020-192. Many of the things that happened have shown that some members of council do not really give a hoot unless the speakers agree with their ideas, such as one member of council announcing in front of the TV5 people that it was all noise, whatever the people said. I think that was a horrible thing to say in an election year. So that's really all I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bauer. Okay, Tammy, Debbie, Mark. Tammy Pierce. All right, we'll move on. If she turns up, we'll circle back around. Debbie Williams, Mark Lortz, and then Brad Metzger. Welcome. Come on up.
should have worn my contacts. My name's Debbie Williams. And first of all, I just want to thank all of you for being public servants. The greatest gift that you can give any institution that you serve is yourself. So I deeply, deeply say thank you, for all of us. I'm a long-term Mason resident. In 1999, I started building my house here in Mason. I started reading and wanted my kids to have a safe place to grow, to live, to learn. And I was always told by, other people, you're black, you don't want to go there. They're KKK in Mason and in Warren County, but I just kept reading and reading, and I kept praying and praying. And I was paying private Christian schools for my children, and I said, I can build this big, beautiful house and have wonderful schools, as well as a great environment for my kids. For a long time, I raised my kids in a bubble in Mason. There's not another woman, person, human being on this planet that's gonna outlove me loving Mason. So what I have to say, I just want you to listen to me deeply. I'm a grateful servant of Jesus Christ with a grateful, very grateful heart. And I started running for Mason School Board because I was so disappointed in what's going on in the city of Mason. For the first time, every year at election time, I don't miss an opportunity. I'm the first one there at Grace Baptist Church, making my position known, and I just weep and cry for the opportunity, because it's a blessing to live in a country that we can go and make our positions known. Just like tonight, I'm very grateful for that in your time. But just like the election in Mason, we thought that we elected people, you guys servants, who would acknowledge what we believe in and what we support. So when you have the majority on council, you think that that majority servants are serving the constituents that live in the city that they serve. I'm asking each one of you to consider Mason as the sanctuary city for the unborn. You all have a right to be here to speak and make your position known. Children who are aborted do not. It's not about religion. It's not. It's a humanity issue. It's a constitutional issue. And when the Supreme Court put their hands in on God's plan for human beings, then they made it political. There's no separation. Government is political. I read a letter that Ashley and Joshua had penned into some public service into a local church, and I was mortified because I voted for both of you. I know he's going to address it, but the letter speaks for itself when you see it in black and white. Extremely disappointed. Sharing that with my neighbors, they were aghast. Because a lot of times we think that when you're conservative or the people who you vote to put in office and run on a certain way, there's no such thing as moderate. You're either black, you're white, and I'm not talking race. You're either for or you're against. So there's no middle ground, and God's going to judge. At the end of the day, you shouldn't care about what anybody say. You have to vote your conscience because you got to meet your maker, and there's only one creator. And you're going to have to face him. And you want to hear him say, well done. So I'm saying each of you, take that opportunity. Forget what everybody said. You vote the way that your servants, the people who elected you, put you in office and what they believe. Because when I hear that it doesn't happen, trust me, sister girl going to be on every corner in Mason, screaming out, this is what this person believes. This is what this person voted against. When I moved here in 1999, my kids went to Mason Heights, and that shows you how long, and I love that school. I love Western Row. I couldn't find it. As you know, if you lived here a long time, I pulled into this place called Whippy Dip. And I said to this lady, I've been trying to show my kids where they're going to go to school, and I can't find it. I'm new to Mason. I just built a house. She goes, hold on, I'll write it down for you. She went inside the store. She came back out with 3 ice cream cones for me and my 2 kids, and she gave me a big hug, and she said, welcome to Mason, and I will never forget about it. She said to this black woman in this neighborhood that my family and friends said was KKK, was going to be, and I've never had an issue. I had a conversation when I started running for Mason School Board was some woman who called me out of the blue saying she represented 100 black families at a picnic in Mason, and who was I? I never heard of. She said, I never heard of you. And I said, I didn't know we had 100 black families in Mason, you know, so hey, but I raised my kids in a bubble. I want you to remember that you can't run over a duck, but you can kill a baby. Let's say something. Let's say something in Mason that would take a stand for something, or you're going to fall for anything.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that sweet story about welcome to Mason. We're so glad that you came today. Mark Lords, Brad Metzger, Tom Munich. I know, he's been have to wait a while. Thank you, Mr. Lords. Welcome.
Hello again. My name is Mark Lortz. I'm resident here in Mason, 5145 Minuteman Court, and I also co-own the Common Beer Company in downtown Mason. So there was a comment made in the last city council meeting. Councilman Honerlaw made mention of the fact that he had spoken to several of the businesses on East Main about the development that was proposed by ordinance. I can't remember the number. And I believe at the time, Councilman Chance asked Councilman Honerlaw to please list the owners that he had spoken to. And I believe, Mayor Grossman, you kind of indicated to Councilman Honerlaw that he shouldn't answer that question or something to that effect. And so anyway, it was dropped. So that got me thinking when I went home that night that we're a small, close-knit group of businesses on East Main, and there are 20 of us, as a matter of fact. Many of them I consider to be friends, and most of them I've met, if not all of them I've met. So I thought something didn't sound right. So I took time out of the 50-hour-a-week day job I have and the nights and weekends that I run the brewery to walk around East Main and ask these owners, kind of, what's your thoughts on this? Instead of asking what their thoughts were, I thought, I'm going to keep this simple and asked them if they had spoken to Councilman Honerlaw about the development going on behind us. Of the 20 business owners that I spoke to, or I should say 17, because 3 of them were not available, not a single one had said that they had ever spoken to you about the development. You stated this on September 13th, and I had finally gotten around to everybody by September 25th, which was Friday. So I thought it was a little odd that you would make the comment that you had spoken to owners and they were very happy about the fact that this development was going in here, when in fact they were very emphatic about the fact that they had never talked to anybody about the development. Matter of fact, many of those business owners concluded the conversations that I had with them and asked me to ask you to please stop stating publicly that you represent us. Because it's apparent to these owners and myself that you don't represent us or our businesses. So I would just ask kindly to please, and I'm not asking for feedback here, Mr. Councilman Honerlaw, okay?
Go right ahead.
Okay. The other thing that the ex-mayor, Shar Pelfrey, made a comment tonight, and she spoke very eloquently about the efforts that were done back in the early 2000s. And she spoke of all the businesses that were involved in her efforts in the past and how they had taken great pains to talk to not only the businesses but the residents as well. And I would have wanted to ask her, how many of those businesses are still here? And how many of the businesses in downtown are new? And if she was so willing to, to make all of these efforts to involve the businesses in the past effort or the past things that they did, it's concerning that the question that comes to mind is, why did this council not do the same with the businesses that are in downtown right now? Thank you for your time.
So if you want me to answer, okay, great. Well, for the record, let me just say, Mayor, can I
answer? Can I reply? Thank you, Councilmember Chance, for reminding me I need to address the mayor. Mayor. So I kind of feel like I'm being called a liar, and I'm not a liar. And so I have talked to, I would say, I didn't write it down, I think I was at 7 businesses as I was going through that had told me not only were they 100% in support of it, one told me he's going to move in it. Okay, so I don't know who he spoke to. I don't know why. I don't know why he would think when he's so divisive, he would go through, he could get an honest answer. And maybe the same thing's true with me. Maybe these people who I've known a very long time, well, not all of them, some of them I just met, but you know, maybe they felt like they couldn't be honest with me and they thought they had to say something to me. But all I know is I had at least 7 people tell me. And I really believe it's important that because it's so divisive, they don't want to come out on the record because they don't want to lose half their business. You know what I mean? If it's so divisive downtown, you know what I mean, that you got to have somebody else going door to door trying to drum up support to not develop downtown is quite surprising to me, especially somebody that's going to definitely benefit from this development. Having 120 units within walking distance of his business where he only has 4 parking spots, he should be jumping up and down. Actually, I would like to say he should probably be writing down what his profit margin is for the last 6 months to last year, and we'll come back 2 years from now, whenever the development's done or when it opens up, or 3 years, and look to see. And if it doesn't quadruple, I'll be surprised. Right now, his biggest issue is that his building's not big enough, not about parking. So this is all politics, is what this man's doing, and I just don't appreciate it. But I don't appreciate being called.
Audience, enough.
I don't appreciate
Enough.
being in a situation where somebody's telling me I didn't go do something when he has no clue what he's talking about.
Okay. Brad Metzger, are you here still? I now realize he was a photo champion. So guess what? Tom Munich, batter up. You're welcome. Regina Brewer, you're next, followed by Julie Smith.
I was born here in 1936. I've served on council for 8 years, back when Clinton was president. I was the one that initiated bringing in Procter & Gamble and Kings Island. I'm kind of sad now that you guys spent all that money and gave it to a developer. Am I hearing that right?
No, he hasn't been given anything at this point.
Well, why don't you put it in the paper what you're doing, like the Lebanon people did? They put that little article in there about saving babies, and it was well written. Why don't you do something like that with your building?
Well, we sure would like to, and Mr. Richter from the Dayton Daily News has been to multiple meetings, but he hasn't reported on that topic. We can't control what they report on. But, I mean, I'd love to have an article in the paper so that the general public
Because I'm one of those old-time
understands.
guys that doesn't have a computer. I do not have a computer. I got a landline, and I don't hear anything except when my neighbors talk to me. And lo and behold, what's going on?
Mayor, let me jump in and just say, one, our meeting started at 4:30, and we went into detail with that. And there's also going to be on October 4th, there's going to be, the developers are going to have an open house, and you can get a lot of information there. But the information you're looking for, I'll personally bring to you. Okay?
Appreciate it, because knowledge is power. Let's face it. Ignorance is not bliss. I mean, we all know these famous sayings. What the heck are we doing?
No, you'll see. Once you get
You're not communicating properly, sir. That's what I want to tell you, Mayor. Same thing. You are not communicating properly. And when it comes to abortion, God in heaven, read the Constitution. The 14th Amendment says what? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. My God in heaven, why don't we listen? I think the Supreme Court's going to do something really to keep you ladies really happy, so you can't murder babies anymore. And on that section, I spoke enough. But I really want more information so that I can see what's going on. Because ignorance is not bliss. And I'm not going to pass judgment completely, but right now I don't like any of you guys that voted for that. I think if it went up for a vote again right now, you would get kicked out. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munich. All right, Regina Brewer, and we'll get that information to you. And followed by Julie Smith. And then we have Mark Hackey and Tricia Hilto Mills.
Hello, I'm Regina Brewer. I reside at 752 Maplewood Lane in Mason. I just wanted to, I did testify last time, or just not testify, talk last time, and just kind of want to reiterate that I am actually for the sanctuary cities. Sometimes the truth kind of hurts, just period. And the truth is that Planned Parenthood and different abortion clinics and things like that were founded on the principle of exterminating the Black community. We were taught that this was a civil right of ours, and now we were being liberated because, you know, at first we weren't labeled as people, so they were giving us a civil right to say, you have a choice. So the choice is kill your baby. So we went with the agenda. And it's sad that now everybody else is being brainwashed and put into the mix, but it's a fact. And you can get mad, whatever, but it's to exterminate Black people, and I think it shouldn't be. And no, sometimes I don't think the government should get into certain things, telling me to get vaccinated, things like that. But when you don't have a voice and you can't speak up for yourself, then somebody has to step in. And I just feel like the sanctuary city, we would be able to say for the unborn that you have a right to be here. We love you, you have a right. I also have these pictures here because I don't know if you can see this on the phone. I don't know if I'm doing this right or not. But when you say my body, my right, I get that. This is my body. But there's other bodies that come inside of this body. And my beautiful daughter is here today, who I talked about at the last meeting when I brought my son. And I was pushed to abort my kids. Every last one of them, all three of them, I was pushed, and I was probably gonna get your taxpayer dollars because I was broke. I didn't have a dime, and they were gonna do it for free. So somebody was gonna pay for it. So when you shake your head about Planned Parenthood doesn't do free abortions and they was gonna give it to me. So I don't know who was paying for it, but I didn't pay for it because I didn't have any money. So just keep that in mind, you know, when you say things like that. This is actually a baby who was aborted and thrown into the trash can and in the dumpster, and this is the remains. Ray Charles can see that this is a body. This is a leg. And Ray Charles, for those who don't know, he's blind. This is a leg. This is an arm. This is an arm. These are feet. These are hands. That's a little hand in the dumpster. Really? I get it. My body, it is your body. But you got a body inside of you. And these kids need a fighting chance, especially our Black community, because we are targeted. And if you start talking to some of these girls who I have to sit and talk to because they killed their baby because they were pressured, like me, we were pressured into killing our babies. And maybe because you don't get that same treatment when you go to the hospital because they think that you can take care of your baby, well, they look at us and say, well, we don't want you here anyway, but you know, we'll help you, let's kill it because we don't want you guys, the taxpayers, to pay for it. You know, start looking at it at a different perspective. You have to, because we are being targeted, every last one of us, and we are being exterminated. The Black community is by far the most that get abortions. So just please start looking at it in a different kind of light. If it was your people being exterminated, this would have been passed. So that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mrs. Brewer. Julie Smith, Mark Hackey, Tricia.
Good evening, Council. This is my first visit here, first time speaking to a council, and I'm kind of ashamed of that. I wish I would have gotten involved a long time ago. I'm a 26-year resident, I think it's 26 years, of being here in Mason. What a great city. I think everyone here can agree that this is a beautiful city. It's a city of people who want to love others. And we need to do that. And I have some points that I had written down. I didn't know about this meeting till earlier today. I have a few notes that I put on my phone here. But one thing that I noticed as I was sitting here watching these eloquent presentations of people pleading and trying to explain what abortion is, where it came from, the history of Planned Parenthood, of Margaret Sanger. And when I look at a certain side of this room, I see this. Oh. You don't want to listen. It hurts. It's painful. All of this is so ugly. Abortion is ugly. It is murder. Sometimes I regret that we just have condensed the murder of children to a word called abortion. It's murdering children. It's murdering children that deserve to live. We all deserve to live. That's in the Constitution. We've talked ad nauseum since Roe v. Wade was passed. There's been the pro-life side, this pro-choice side. It's not pro-choice, it's pro-death, okay? Let's call it what it is. And I don't understand why, and maybe I'm misunderstanding something that council is putting forth. The way I understand this ordinance is all we want is to say, let's keep the abortion facilities out of this city. That's all we're saying. We're not saying if you want an abortion, you can't have one. There's places, I'm guessing within 15 miles? I don't know what the distance is. I've never driven there. I've seen them. I've never measured it. There are plenty of places. If you want to murder your child, you can do that. I wish you couldn't. But you can. And I think as a Mason resident, as most of us are, maybe not all of us from Mason, this is a beautiful city of people that we need to love. There is no reason whatsoever to all of a sudden build a facility in this beautiful, family-friendly city that's going to kill children and future residents of this city. Someone earlier on made a comment. This kind of made me chuckle. That there should never be interference between a patient and a doctor. You know what? Have we heard about the vaccine mandates? Let me just leave that there. I think that's kind of an obvious thing. Returning to a word that was brought up from a supporter of these abortion facilities, compassion. I love that word, but what position shows more compassion? The side that's showing compassion from every aspect of life, from the time the baby is conceived, we're loving that child. We are loving that child if it's born to a mother that can't support it. We find homes for those children. We love them. We adopt them. There are families that are dying and begging and crying to have a child to raise. It's called adoption. To me, this is really common sense. I've gone off topic on my notes. And I haven't gone off topic. I'm staying on topic. I've gone off my notes. Like I said, I don't understand. I don't know who of you is on what side. I'm kind of figuring out who's on what side over here. But I don't know who on what side over here is against or in favor of the sanctuary city. I don't understand how you could be against wanting to keep an abortion facility out of your city. I just don't understand that. Doesn't make any sense. I want sense in this world. I want sense in this world, and I want love. I want compassion. I love people on both sides of this aisle. There shouldn't be this divide. Okay? Another interesting fact, I wish I could find it in my notes. Patients and doctors. There should be two people, a patient and a doctor. We make decisions. Government stay out of it.
Ms. Smith, you've come to your end of 5 minutes.
Happy to comply. Thank you very much for your time, and I thank all of you just for the work you do. I don't envy it. I really appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mark Hackey, Tricia. And that brings us to the end of our list. We have another round of recognition of visitors. It'd be great if we can get to our city business. We have a really short agenda, and we'll circle back around to recognition of visitors. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Sorry, I can't find my. Mark Hackey, 3620 Dunlop Court. Thank you for letting me stand up here once again and speak. I just have a simple question, and I am going completely off any topic that's been discussed tonight. So try and keep this as non-controversial as possible. But during the special meeting you had earlier, there was a comment made that you had requested that our city staff transcribe notes from a Deerfield Township meeting. Am I understanding that correctly?
Councilmember Bradburn, would you like to address that?
You did.
Yes.
So we use Mason taxpayer money to transcribe notes from other municipalities' meetings for the benefit of our city.
Yes.
And what is the benefit of that?
To have an exact transcript of what happened, and sometimes it's easier to read it than look at the video.
So the point of this is what? Another ambush for Mason CDC?
Yeah. Can't be an ambush. It's facts.
It's facts. So your point is you're going to bring in members of the CDC and what? What is the purpose of bringing up a conversation or a message that they sent to that municipality? How does that benefit the city of Mason? How does expending our money help our city?
I think what it does is it shows the intent of the organization.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Hackey. Tricia, are you still here? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tricia Hilton Mills. I live at 535 Shawnee Lane in Mason, Ohio. I'm here tonight to talk about the Sanctuary City Bill. I made my opinions known the last time I was here. I just would like to point out, could people who are residents of Mason raise their hand, please? Okay, thank you. I appreciate everyone coming, and I would like everyone to know that this has nothing to do with abortion. This has everything to do with political agenda of our Mason City Council. We are being used as a community who does not have an abortion clinic and is not at risk of having an abortion clinic, given that the number of Ohio abortion clinics are quite low, and the Ohio Right to Life is quite a busy organization and keeping that number quite low. So people who do have to get abortions do have to travel quite far. This is really about making a name for yourself in the Republican Party because it is a dog whistle word. And there's a lot of money to be had from the Ohio Right to Life group for individuals who would like to move up in the Ohio Republican Party. I find this politically offensive because I do not feel that my body, my daughter's body, or my son's body is a piece of land to put a political sign on. My daughter understands that I've been quite upset for many reasons because Mason is not protecting its children. Mason is not protecting its children in its school systems, and Mason is not protecting its children by spending money, which we know we will be spending, to litigate a problem that we are creating that isn't even a problem. And I do know from listening to the earlier meeting that if we go with the as-written ordinance that is written by an unknown special interest group, that special interest group will provide a lawyer at their cost to stick up for their law that they wrote and handed to our mayor to put as an ordinance. There were several individuals on the council who wanted to add to that ordinance. I'm not sure what they wanted to say, but it couldn't be added because our mayor wanted to rush this through. Unfortunately, she did not have 5 individuals to vote it through in that meeting that happened as a special meeting before this. I do not appreciate this. I do not appreciate my tax money being wasted purely to make me feel less than human. I don't like having to explain to my daughter that we would live in a town that wouldn't respect her as an individual. I'm a healthcare provider. I understand what happens. I was a neonatal nurse until COVID, and I had to come and take care of my children. Obviously, my children are a priority, and I do nursing from home now. I really think that Mason is head over tea kettle. I just don't know. We've got a school board that wants to write protocol on healthcare for mask mandates that don't exist in order to protect our children from COVID when they are explicitly exposed by just putting a mask on that child instead of sending them home because, oh my God, we're Ohio and these children must be able to attend a football game. I don't understand. I am livid. And I have no right because people will vote these things into power. I do understand that abortion has a crazy history because the people who founded this country were pretty religious. Fortunately, when they founded this country, they made sure that there was a separation of church and state because they ran from their country to celebrate their religion here. And they understood that their religion was important and so was everybody else's. And I find it very offensive that we come to this meeting, we pray a Christian prayer, we bring preachers and fathers and all kinds of people here to talk about things that just none of you are adopting children. None of you are scooping up children. And if there is maybe one or two person who is, thank you. Because there's a ton of disabled children in foster care right now who have no one to take care of them. And I understand that. Worked at children's hospitals. All those kids come in with their foster parents. They don't have actual parents to advocate for them. We have so many problems as a country and a community, and we are just like, you know what, maybe we don't have enough shit going on in Mason right now. Maybe we need to ban abortion clinics that we don't have. We don't have any freaking land. We're putting apartments on it. We're like paving over everything. It's just, it blows my mind, and I don't really have anything to say that I didn't say last time. I just don't understand. And I saw that you don't have enough people to push through an emergency referendum, and there's gonna be, to push this through as an emergency ordinance, but there will be a referendum, and we will vote on it. And whatever Mason's people decide,
You're at the
they'll
end of
decide
5
it.
minutes.
So thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for letting me show my daughter who doesn't think she's a person.
Oh, Tricia, we definitely think she's a person. But I just wanted to clarify, I had no intention of adding it to the agenda tonight and trying to pass it as an emergency ordinance. We still need to take a look at this draft and study it. No, I think you may be confused. There's no possible way. Well, you're confused, but that's okay. I am not introducing it to the agenda tonight. I estimate that it could be added to the agenda for the next October meeting. All right.
Mayor?
We are finished with our list, and we are in need of getting to city business. And so could we...
Mayor, before we do that, can I just address something?
Could it wait till old and new business?
Well, I don't know if everybody's going to stick around, and Mrs. Williams, I think I'd like for you to hear this as well.
Okay.
So,
All right.
and Mrs. Vyers, if you want to get your video out, that's probably appropriate. This is kind of ironic. I printed these both out myself and brought with me tonight that I was going to share and put into, so the public can read everything. I sent a private email to 5 individuals because I knew this was coming. And Mrs. Williams, I think you referenced that email. And so what I would like to do is I would like to read that. And then I'm also going to read a headline that was from Jordan B. Arnold in the Warren County Conservative page. And then I'm going to read my response that I brought with me tonight. So I don't know who had this available, but I'm glad you did, because whoever did, I'm assuming it was you, Mayor.
Yes, I did bring that. But this is a bit lengthy. I thought it was going to be a quick response.
It's going to be very quick. So here's the email. It said, "Good morning. I hope this finds you well. As most of you are aware, there has been legislation passed in a municipality contiguous to Mason that address sanctuary cities for the unborn, and it looks like it will be here next. Myself and Josh Strickler have discussed this topic at length, and both feel strongly that this is not in the spirit of what Jesus would do when addressing this very controversial topic. We both are against abortion and believe there are better options. However, we do not agree with politicizing this issue, criminalizing women, and pouring on shame and guilt. We have met with several leaders, including some of you on this email, about how we can address this topic in a manner that would emulate Christ. We believe the best path forward would involve partnering with our faith and nonprofit communities to make Mason a city where we show compassion and love for those that might have to face such a terrible decision. We want to be a beacon of hope for a sometimes hopeless situation. You are receiving this email because we believe you could help provide leadership and guidance into what this might look like. We would love to have a brainstorming session in the near future and would be honored if you could join us. We will sending out an invite with the time and date within the next couple of days. Thanks in advance for any advice you can provide. We also completely understand there might be circumstances that make it difficult to participate. No pressure. We certainly appreciate prayers also. So there's my email. And then in the Warren County Conservative page, Mr. Jordan B. Arnold surmised this. How? I'm not quite sure, but it says, I'm very disappointed in Ashley Chance and Josh Stricula for supporting the pro-choice Planned Parenthood agenda in Mason. They seem to be actively working to provide for abortion access in Mason, and they are using Jesus' name as they do it. All right, so again, I appreciate you bringing this up, Mayor, because I have my statement that I would like to enter in the public record, and this is what it says. A personal email that I sent to leaders in our community has been put onto social media in an effort to discredit my character and my stance on an issue that is important to me. I would like to bring clarity to my position and intent for writing that email. First, I am pro-life. And as the letter stated, I am against abortion. Second, I do not understand how I can be labeled as supporting a pro-choice Planned Parenthood agenda when I clearly stated in the email that I want to partner with faith and nonprofit communities. Third, the nonprofit pro-life organizations that I was referring to were Elizabeth New Life Center and Life Forward, and the faith communities were leaders from local churches. Fourth, my goal for the email was to create productive, action-oriented conversations that would increase infrastructure in our city that values life and shows compassion and love to women. Fifth, while I'm pro-life and wish to have all children born into a happy and healthy home, I cannot vote for a misguided and poorly written piece of legislation simply because it has a principle which I value and hold dear in the title. The legislation as it stands will do nothing to serve the unborn, but will cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation cost. I will always be about actual change and not grandstanding for my own political benefit. I care about people, including the unborn, over politics. And we need to stay in our lane. Sincerely, Ashley Chance. So I wanted all of you guys to hear that, because this controversy back and forth, how this was surmised that I'm out on this agenda, what I care about is this community. And I care about this community in an immense way, because I've been here since 1980 as well, and I've witnessed hundreds of your stories, Mrs. Williams. Thank you for sharing that. I loved hearing that. So thank you for that. And I want to continue those. I don't want to bring division where division's not needed. I just don't. And as I think both sides have recognized that that's what's happening. I sit up here and I look out here, not this meeting as much, but the first meeting, and it absolutely broke my heart. I felt like I was on the third grade playground. There were people trying to put signs in front of the other signs, and people trying to position themselves to do these things, and it was abhorrent. I could not believe that's what I'm sitting here doing. And we do have a right. And I forget who read what our duties of city council are, but I would really like those reread again. And if somebody, and I will fight for this, and I've told plenty of people this, I will fight for this where it is appropriate. Well, guess what? I'm a Mesa City Council person. There's never been one abortion here. There's not going to be another abortion here. We can't zone this out. When was the last time Lebanon had a Planned Parenthood billboard? I can tell you about 2 weeks ago. Why? Because this type of division is attracting it. So come on, folks. And Julie, right, Mrs. Smith, you brought up love. I mean, literally, if you think about, and I'm a faithful person, and if you think about our two creeds from what we're supposed to do, is love our neighbors and love God with all our mind, heart, soul, and spirit, and love our neighbors as ourselves. I don't see that.
Remember the Constitution, life, liberty,
I totally understand that. And that Constitution, I'm not going to change it sitting here in a Mason City Council person. So all I wanted to do, since everybody was here, I wanted to address it. And, you know, like you, Mayor Grossman, I don't think I was ever allowed on this, but I just want to address it and say we can be better than this. We don't need to fight. We don't need all this stuff going on. So thank you for your time. Thank you guys for listening.
Councilmember Chance, I brought this to the work session and the expectation that you would attend the meeting as our charter requires, and I understand you said you had a conflict, but I wanted to talk to you about it because we've had multiple meetings where this topic was discussed at length, and when I read this letter, my heart sank for a couple of reasons, but one was, you know, we've been studying this issue for quite a while, and you never showed the courtesy to the group to tell us what your position was, but you wrote this letter and sent it out to people. You said privately,
Did you show your position?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
I've been very clear about it.
Mr. Stricula, did you? Mr. Hunterlaw, did you? You did, I'm sorry. You're one of 7.
Yes. Yeah, you need to always address the chair.
Sorry.
All right. So, we can't count heads when we're not in open session. We have to, when we're working together as a group of 7, we have to be in an open meeting. But I was very disheartened. I didn't get the courtesy of a phone call or any questions or anything that you might be willing to accept from the legislation or not accept. So I'm playing a guessing game, trying to figure out where you're at. And I resent the representation that this is politicizing the issue. And it's a misrepresentation that the legislation criminalizes women. It does not, and it's explicitly clear about that. And it's explicitly clear that it does not wish to pour on shame and guilt. And another item from your letter that offended me deeply is that you mention addressing this topic in a manner that would emulate Christ. And my question for you is, does providing legal protection for the unborn emulate Christ?
How long have you been wanting to ask me that question?
Since I saw this letter.
Answer
the question.
Do I need to read this again?
Does providing legal protection for the unborn emulate Christ? This whole thing is about the Ohio Human Rights and Heartbeat Protection Act, and it dovetails with that.
Ohio, we're Mason.
Right, and we need to follow state law.
Mayor, can we get back to city work?
Please don't interrupt. So, Mr. Chance, I just want you to know how disappointed I am that you didn't have the respect for the body of council, and Mr. Stricula as well.
That doesn't surprise
that you didn't have the respect to bring it up to me, to write me, to call me, or to address it with me at council in open session. And many of the signs that I saw from the pro-choice supporters that have been in our meeting, many of them said, stay in your lane. We are positioned as elected officials who happen to be public figures or political figures, but we are uniquely positioned as elected officials to be able to legislate. And we have been given an opportunity to legislate legal protection for the unborn in the city of Mason, and it's a good legal argument. And I invite you to sit down with a lawyer and to go through it carefully. And that really helped me because I was a little bit skeptic at first. I didn't understand it that well, but when I went through it with a lawyer, it made a lot more sense.
I don't need a lawyer to read to me. I read
Well,
it myself.
it will help, and we have a new draft for you today, which you would have known if you were at our work session. All right.
Mayor.
We have, yes.
I would like to just comment on that if I can. So I think what it comes down to is, even if everybody up here says they're pro-life, some people that are pro-life says it's okay to allow abortion clinics to come to Mason, and some are not, is what I'm hearing. And so this legislation would keep abortions out. But what it comes down to is if you're really pro-life, you're able to look at this and say, what is the unborn? And if you come to this, look at the science and see that the unborn is human. When a human man and a human woman come together, it's a human baby, and it is alive. And that is back to the science, and I don't know who the Student for Life guy said, what percentage of even secular scientists agree with this. We know it's human, we know it's alive. It's not like a tooth you're pulling, you know what I mean? It's its own entity that's growing on its own. So when we know this for a fact, the question is, you would then say, well, you wouldn't treat it for a toddler. If we were talking about toddlers and saying, you know, with in any situation where, my gosh, where they were getting killed, if they were getting hurt, we would be all in unison of protecting that toddler. So I don't understand why now, if we as pro-life people on this council agree that it is a human and it's alive, why all of a sudden now we don't want to protect it? And so it becomes you have the people putting politics over people in a way where they want to then try to play that middle ground and do the Democratic talking points of, I'm pro-life, but it's okay for you to still have your abortion. And if you're truly pro-life, you believe all abortion is wrong.
All right, folks, we need to get back to the agenda. We can certainly pick this back up during old and new business if you guys choose to do that. All right, so let's do this. Let's cover Resolution 2021-23 and then take a quick 5-minute break. And the reason I'd like to go ahead and do that resolution is because our wonderful Fire Chief, Chief Brummagem, and Lieutenant Mike Green are here to present to us. And thank you for waiting so patiently. Come on up and let's deal with Resolution 2021-23. I need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
Proclaiming the week of October 3rd through 9th, 2021 as National Fire Prevention Week.
Lieutenant.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Lieutenant Mike Breen. I'm here to read the purposes for Fire Prevention Week is observed each year, week of October 9th. A little history on that. The Great Chicago Fire started the night of October 8th, 1871. By the next day, due to strong winds, the fire was in full force. Fire eventually destroyed approximately 1/3 of the property valuation of the city. While hundreds died in Chicago, a little-known fact is that the Great Chicago Fire was not the biggest or deadliest fire that week. In northern Wisconsin, a firestorm aided by the same strong winds generated by a cold front from the west burned 12 communities, approximately 1.5 million acres, which was over 2,300 square miles, and had the death toll that, while undetermined because of the total destruction of population records and survivors, it's thought to be as many as 2,500 people. National Fire Prevention Week was created to remember and learn from these tragic incidents. The NFPA theme for 2021 Fire Prevention Week is Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety. This year's campaign works to educate everyone on the different sounds of smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. Knowing what to do when an alarm sounds will keep individuals and families safe. When an alarm makes a noise, a beeping sound, or a chirping sound, citizens must take action. The fire department will be promoting safety tips to help the public learn the sounds of fire safety. Here are a few of those tips. A continuous set of 3 loud beeps means that there's smoke or fire, so get out, call 911, and stay out. A single chirp every 30 to 60 seconds means the battery is low and must be changed. In addition to that, any alarms that are 7 to 10 years old, 10 years or greater, need to be replaced. Any chirping that continues after the battery has been replaced means the alarm is at the end of its life and the unit must be replaced. And then make sure your smoke and carbon monoxide alarms meet the needs of all your family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. This year, the fire department will open the apparatus bays and have tours to showcase the fire equipment and provide the opportunity for public to interact with fire and EMS personnel during Fire Prevention Week. Station 51 will host a tour on Sunday, October 3rd from 1 to 3, and Station 52 will host a tour the following weekend on Saturday, October 9th from 1 to 3. We also have virtual fire station tours that are on the city's website. So if you go to imaginemason.org, under services and under fire, you can do a virtual tour of each of the stations. Fire department crews also plan to conduct smoke alarm checks in the areas of the city throughout National Fire Prevention Week, and will be targeting older homes in the community. These homes typically rely on battery-operated alarms, making them more susceptible to failure due to bad batteries. Newer homes are equipped with smoke alarms that receive power from the home's electric supply, with batteries serving as a backup. Staff continues to work on creative ways to engage the public in this important safety initiative while being mindful of public health and safety. Once details are confirmed on this program and further programs, information will be shared. Resolution 2021-23 is recommended for adoption. If you have any questions, I'll field them now. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
I have a question.
Sure.
Why do those darn things chirp in the middle of the night instead of during the day?
I think the manufacturers planned it that way to make sure you hear it. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
You're very
Lieutenant Breen, for that excellent presentation. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow adoption after the first reading.
We can clap for something.
Second. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt, please.
Second.
Any council discussion? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes. All right. So before we head off into a quick break, I just want to express an apology to Tricia Hilton Mills. Tricia, I shouldn't have said you're confused. I should have said you misunderstood me, and I just want to apologize for that. I don't think that came out very well. It's not really what I meant, but I think we had a misunderstanding of my intention in the meeting earlier. So I just wanted you to know I'm sorry about that. And with that, let's take a quick break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Welcome back. All right, item 11 on the agenda, ordinance 2021-97. I need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Approving the preliminary plat of the Estates of Mason subdivision.
Kurt?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If you could change it to the preliminary plat for Estates of Mason is this is located on the north side of Cocksmith Road. It's the section between State Route 741, which is on the right side over here, and Parkside Drive. This is the section of Cocksmith Road that was rebuilt in the last couple of years. For a preliminary plat, we haven't done a preliminary plat in a while. This is because it's a straight zoned area, and the proposed development, it's zoned R3, and it would consist of 6 single-family lots. The developer would be required to extend sanitary water to the home water main and sanitary through the site, as well as sidewalk through the site like a standard subdivision. Cocksmith Road in this section is a collector street, so they are proposing shared driveways, so 1 driveway between each of the 2 lots, so just 3 driveways in this section of the roadway. And the preliminary plat also includes a 10-foot utility easement running along the front, and to the east side of the site is where the detention basin would be located for the site. With that, it did go to Planning Commission at the September 7th meeting and is recommended for adoption. I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bradburn.
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gill.
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw.
Yes.
Mayor Grossman.
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yes.
Councilmember Chance.
Yes.
Item 12, ordinance 2021-98. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
An ordinance accepting the proposal for right-of-way acquisition services for State Route 741 widening project, Cocksmith Road to Spyglass Hill, from Palmer Engineering Company in the amount not to exceed fee of $74,785, and authorizing the city manager to execute contract documents.
Kurt?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is for the what we call the GAP project on 741. We split the project into 2 phases from Spyglass Hill to the north, which is under construction now, and then this is for the section from Spyglass Hill down to Cocksmith Road. We did not include the right-of-way acquisition services in the final design just because we weren't sure how many parcels would be impacted until the design was complete. We do have design pretty well complete. We've determined that we need 1 permanent easement and 12 temporary easements. However, because of the federal funds in this project, we have to do the ODOT right-of-way acquisition services, so we have to have an ODOT certified appraiser, appraisal reviewer, and negotiator for even for temporary easements. So with that, the budget did include $500,000 for right-of-way acquisition for this project, including the acquisition services and the right-of-way easements needed themselves. This ordinance tonight is just for the work to get all the appraisal work done and do the negotiations for the easements, but not the easements themselves. So ordinance 2021-98 is for Palmer Engineering Company in an amount not to exceed $74,785 and is recommended for adoption.
Thank you. Okay, we need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, it says that it's not going to be finished till 2023, and it looks like, you know, the other section that's that we did originally with the bend in Parkside, looks like it's almost complete.
Right.
When will we be starting from Cox-Smith down to Spyglass?
So, yeah, so that's what will start in 2023. And so if you recall, we struggled to get federal funding for this project, so by splitting it up, It also meant that it's 2 different construction seasons. So the work that's going on now will be finishing up in 2022 next year, and then in 23, right on the heels of that, we're hoping to start construction on this. And so by the end of probably 24, all the projects on Sub 41 will be complete, hopefully. So.
Well, it looks great so far. It's going to be quite some time with construction still there. Okay, thank you for letting us know.
Oh, anybody else? All right, let's call the roll, please. Oh, I'm sorry. We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Okay. That was council, we already did council discussion. Oh, I really got that mixed up. All right, let's call the roll now.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Item 13 is ordinance 2021-99. We need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement not to exceed $39,399 with Warren County Soil and Water Conservation District for the 2022 education, inspection, and associated services necessary to meet the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination, NPDES, Phase 2 requirements.
Kurt?
Thanks, Jeff. That's a mouthful, huh? This is annual contract that we've done with Warren County Soil and Water since 2004, actually, and it's a great partnership. It works out really well. It helps us to get our inspections done and without having to hire another staff member that would be needed to fulfill these requirements. As Jeff mentioned, they do construction site inspection for us. They help us with best management practices. If we have an issue on a construction site where there is mud or issues with construction, they'll issue letters of notice to comply to the developers, get them to comply with the requirements and clean up. They also have to do what's required is at least monthly inspections of every site that's under construction in the city. And they also do education with us. They have a trailer that they use. The Warren County Soil and Water uses, and they do articles for us as well and help out with the education portion of our requirements that we're required to meet as part of the NPDES permitting that the city has. So with that, they are proposing this year a minor increase of $500 from last year's price for a total fee of $39,400. And with that, ordinance 2021-99 is recommended for adoption.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion on this one?
Mayor, I just want to give a shout out. This is the trailer that Kurt referred to out of Lebanon that comes out was my brother-in-law's brother. Bill Spellmeyer is my brother-in-law. His brother was Tom Spellmeyer, and this was something that was very dear to his heart. And this issue, he's since passed away at a very young age, but his name is on there, and this is something that was where you get a chance to see that trailer and see what happens. It's a really cool thing to check out.
Thank you for sharing that. All right, let's call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Item 14 is ordinance 2021-100. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
Authorizing the expenditure of funds for the purchase and installation of a court case management system package for the Mason Municipal Court and authorizing the city manager to execute the purchase agreement.
Mayor, members of council, this is a request by Judge Batchy with our Mason Municipal Court. They are looking at upgrading their current court management system. The existing system was last upgraded in 2007. It is very antiquated. They've evaluated different systems and are looking to move forward with a system that is used by over 59 municipal courts throughout the state of Ohio, including Lebanon and Middletown. This purchase was not included in the 2021 budget. However, they will be using both the court clerk computer fund as well as the court computer fund, which are fees that are collected through operations of the court. So no general fund revenues will be used for this purchase. With that, ordinance 2021-100 is recommended for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion to adopt. Any council discussion on this one?
Mayor?
Yes.
I know the assistant city manager, Jennifer Heff, just said this, but I kind of wanted to point it out because when I first read it, I thought, oh my goodness, $240,000 for this computer upgrade? You know, it's kind of crazy. But it is paid from the court cost, and that's what these costs are collected for, stuff like for the computers and different fees. So I was okay with this expenditure, but at first I kind of stepped back and said, wait a minute. But it is paid for by the court costs, so.
Anyone else? Yeah, I can recall this has been a long time coming from a previous committee I was on, so it's good that we're getting that done. All right, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Yes.
All right, item 15 is committee reports. Does anybody have a report today? Councilmember Honderloff?
Mayor, I do. We had the downtown committee last Thursday again. The city had a gentleman, and Jennifer, you may help me with his name, that was supposed to come and address us. He was the kind of the a planner for what downtown Milford did, but a couple days before then he had to he wasn't able to come and meet. He had a conflict. So anyway, we didn't have a real agenda item. We were able to discuss a few different things. Diana Nelson had brought up the desire to still have a master plan for downtown, and we discussed that a little more depth of the pros and cons of what that was, what that would look like. Eric Hansen had said at the time that we need to kind of define the scope of that first, as I'm reading my notes here. And I think with my concern still with that is I'd like to see and get some answers from Milford and Loveland and Hamilton also about from the time they did their master plan, it seems still confusing to me whether or not it promoted downtown development or if it hindered it. If there's still a chance it raises property values so much that the development doesn't follow the plan or not, because some of those, the development plan followed the Cohen deal that went in those cities. So I'm still would like to understand that a little more, and I got to hear from those cities on that. Trying to think, we had an active conversation with a few members, or 6 or 7 members, mostly of the chamber that were in the audience. So, and then we had the Veterans Board committee met. I don't know if Josh would like to speak to it, being one of our veterans here. I don't know who you're pointing at. Sorry. Okay, so I'll finish that. So that's all. Thank you, Mayor. I can give the report on that too, though.
So you were inviting Councilmember Stricula
I didn't know if he wanted to do the committee report on
Okay.
that, but I know Diana does a lot, and 3 of us. There's no chair on that board.
Okay.
So.
Member Stricula, would you like to report on that?
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Mayor. We talked about some improvements that we're going to be making to the Veterans Memorial when it comes to landscaping. That there's, the big excuse is or not excuse, but reason is COVID. So that's pushed everything back. So the same thing with landscaping. Things are difficult to find. Redoing lighting as well, just really kind of dressing the place up quite a bit. We also talked about and saw a rendering of a Gold Star Family Memorial. And so that we're going to get a couple quotes on that. That's going to be a beautiful addition, I think, to the Veterans Memorial. It will fit nicely between the Never Forget garden as well as the entrance to the Veterans Memorial from this way. And then we talked about some Veterans Day events. Talked about, and we didn't finalize anything at the time, but we've got a council meeting on the 8th, and then also some things actually happening on Veterans Day. We will be putting the banners back up throughout the city for the month of November to celebrate our veterans as well. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I just wanted to add to the downtown committee meeting. TJ, you were supposed to make a motion because we did talk about having hold on one second, I'm sorry. You were supposed to make a motion that we wanted to start getting RFPs for the downtown master plan. I know that there has been a lot of different reports. This is the Downtown Mason Revitalization Plan from 2002, and it's great. It has a lot of great stuff in here. I've read through it. I've put notes all over. I've come to the meeting and talked about it. But we have never had a downtown master plan specifically for downtown Mason. And that's what we want to move forward with. And that's what the motion, TJ, that you were supposed to make today. But I will make that motion to authorize the manager to move forward on getting RFPs.
Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, any council discussion?
Thank you. I got ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes. So what I remembered was that you were going to make the motion. I'm sorry. I thought you said you were going to do that during old new news, and since this is
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't do that because I had written down that you said you were doing that.
Okay, I apologize.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. We have a motion and a second. Any other council discussion? I guess I don't have a huge problem with getting requests for proposals, but I think it would be wise for council and the community to acknowledge the great deal of information that we have and the studies and the investment that we have. And I don't know that we need to do something completely new. It seems, I think there's some semantics confusion on what it exactly means to do a master plan because the downtown revitalization study is so detailed. So could we, this is an amendment, I guess I'm thinking, could we also look at getting proposals for an evaluation of all the stuff we do have and just adding that layer of an overlay image to it, or if that makes sense?
Mayor?
Yes.
No, I think that's a good idea. There are some reports that Sharpal Free had talked about that we've never received. So if we can make sure we get everything that she talked about, that would be great. And we don't have to start from ground zero. I mean, we can take this information, or I'd prefer to have a planner take this information, look at it all, compile it, and let's do some work on it. Let's get moving. I mean, if this was started in 2000, this is 2021, and still nothing's been done downtown. So let's just start being proactive and start doing stuff. And I think it really is going to come with this master plan, updating it. But yes, I mean, definitely going through what we already have as well and compiling that information too.
So we discussed in our work session, I exposed the community to the different plans that we had, and I shared a link, the Dropbox link, which was in a slideshow. One of the things that I expressed is my concern over people in the community and council members saying we have absolutely no plans specific to downtown. We have plans that are extremely specific to downtown, and so I think we've caused misunderstanding in the public that we have no plans, zero plans, and I feel as though, especially people from the CDC and their supporters from the Mason downtown stakeholders, their volunteers, have said we have to stop, we have to pause, plan, grow. But to me, it feels like we have all these studies that investors have used over the years and still use today to make judgments on whether or not to invest in downtown Mason. And I feel like we're stopping and changing the rules in the middle of the game. And I don't see the necessity of making that a new plan or new rules in order to evaluate the Ordinance 92, which we've already passed. And so that, to me, was a huge justification for people to sign petitions in this referendum as I'm listening to community feedback, because we don't have any plans for downtown, and that's just not true, and it never has been true. And I understand that you'd like to update them, and updating's great, and we're doing that right now with the master, or the comprehensive plan is almost done. I mean, we just have to get it through Planning Commission and Council, but.
Who's doing the comprehensive plan? I've never heard.
McBride, Dale, Clarion.
Oh, that's
updating the comprehensive plan.
Yes, but that's not a true master plan for downtown.
So I'm thinking what you mean, what your interpretation of a master plan is, if I took a big piece of vellum and put it over a.
That's just for density overlay.
No, and I mean you want to draw structures on in a layout. That's what I'm thinking that you want to do with a master plan plus more information, but
No, I mean,
going to make a layout.
We've had very detailed discussion about this in our downtown committee meetings, and a downtown master plan has never been completed for the city of Mason. We have had little ones. You were talking about an overlay and a density plan, which is great. We do need that. We can incorporate that into the master plan. The master plan is looking specifically only at downtown Mason and looking at it to, you're going to analyze just like, Lebanon did. They analyzed what is the percentage of retail, restaurants, businesses, and residential within your downtown. And it tells you, okay, you are lacking business, you are lacking restaurants, you are lacking shops, retail. It will tell you what you're lacking. It will tell you what you should put into your downtown to make it successful.
Yeah, and those studies that we have made those recommendations and showed us what the community wanted as well. And
I believe also, from what I've heard, because I've talked to a lot of people, because they did have that started great. They had a lot of, in 2000, they had a lot of volunteers, and then it just died. And what happened to make it die? I've been told some things, but we need to go back and we need to start this momentum again, because this was 20 years ago. Things have changed, although downtown Mason hasn't totally changed. Our population within Mason has changed in the last 20 years. And we really do. We need to stop, because this has been going on for so long that you guys have just been talking about downtown development and nothing's ever gotten done. So let's do this. Let's move forward.
We got something big time done, and you guys want to reverse it. And I'm sad about that.
Yeah, it's
because I think that sets us back another 5 to 10 years.
I don't know. I mean, why don't you? That's so unintelligent. I can't even believe it. You're giving away $11 million to a private developer, and that's going to set us back.
$11 million. That's not correct.
Well, if you add through everything, yeah, it's going to come to about $11 million. So
that's not true.
Mayor, may I have a comment?
So,
Member Bradburn, go ahead.
Master plan, and I hear what you're saying, but unless the property owner wants to change, nothing's going to change. Unless the city's going to go ahead and use eminent domain to take the property, and I don't think we want that. That's what Norwood did in some situations. So unless the property owner wants to change, you can have all the master plans you want. So if I'm, Joe Smo, and I got a little building downtown, and I'm happy as what? Your master plan doesn't mean anything to me unless you're going to come in and buy it.
Mayor?
Is that what you're saying?
no, I think we should really be proactive, like Loveland and Lebanon and Morrow, and their success that they've had from their master plan. This is how Mason will advance. If we have a master plan and we start working towards the goals of it. In these master plans, it also does say a CDC should be created, and they should be the ones doing this so that politics stays out of the way, which is what I've heard is what happened in 2000 when we had 100 volunteers. I heard politics got in the way, and that's why everybody stopped volunteering. And that's why politics needs to stay out of the way of this. It needs to either go to a CDC or to hire a downtown manager who eats, breathes, sleeps, wakes up thinking about our downtown. And that's what we need to do. And until we do that, and if we keep making excuses, it's going to be another 20 years of not doing anything.
Councilmember Bradburn, did you have a reply?
Well, I just, I don't know how. So the CDC, what you're telling me is the CDC is going to do what?
I'm just telling you what these proposals
tell me what
that
a
I have
CD
read.
Please tell me what.
It says that you should create a CDC
And then?
so that they can be part of the revitalization of downtown.
And how are they part
That
of the revitalization?
Have you read the master plans of the other cities?
No. What I'm saying is.
You need to
what's their
address the
what's their
chair,
funding
sorry.
mechanism?
Well, I don't know because I haven't really researched every single.
We know
I'm just
you're-
telling you from reading these master plans from other cities,
And
this
we-
is what planners have said to
And
do.
we did try a manager, I will call it. We had what was Page? We hid that.
Yes, and I also heard that individual, if that's the same one, quit because of politics. She was heavy-handed from a prior council member.
I have no knowledge of that. I was on council when she was here, and I was on council when she left. I am total.
Well,
and please,
if
if
we
that's the case, please, can you point out the individual?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Heavy-handed?
It's important
Yeah, I'm not
to
gonna be
address
doing
the
that.
chair.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys,
Mayor-
not back and forth.
Mayor,
We have
member,
a motion on the table, so if we could vote on
Wait,
it, that would be great.
We're still in council
Mayor,
discussion.
just a thought.
Yeah.
Listening to everybody talk and stuff, I think what's important here is to figure out what you really want. And so maybe that is the step, is to hire a planner to help define that scope of services and what would be needed or what is wanted in a master plan as you move forward. That individual could take a look at what's out there existing as far as the different plans, and then to talk to council and talk to others to really discover what are you looking for in that master plan, and how should we strategically align things to keep it moving forward. So with that, maybe that would be a motion, is to hire a consultant to help us define the scope of services that could be included in the RFP.
So the 2002 study did recommend a third-party nonprofit like a CIC, which we have at the City of Mason, and a CDC or a CDC. So we have one community development corporation nonprofit in the City of Mason, and for all I've heard about competitive bidding, it seems like we're not interested in considering other alternatives, just the MAID CDC.
I'm not.
And
I'm definitely.
And I am kind of flummoxed by the narrative about town that there's no plans and that nothing is specific to downtown Mason, and that we have to let the MAID CDC do all of this because of politics making it impossible. And I have found that things have been highly political.
I never said that the CDC should do all of it. I am telling you what I have read from the other cities' master plans. I am not saying the CDC should do all of it. But, it would be nice just to to pass this and allow the planner to engage with our public, because they do a lot of engaging with businesses and residents, to figure out what is the vision of everyone. What is everyone's vision, not just one person's vision.
Or one board of 4 members.
Mayor.
Ashley Chance.
Yeah. Real quick, and I'm gonna bring you up in this, Councilmember Stricula. Well, first of all, I find it ironic that we compare ourselves to all these cities that did all this great stuff, but what's very consistent with those cities that did all this great stuff? I had them electronically. I showed everyone on this council they had a master plan, and now we don't think it's a good idea. So I don't understand that. But I was at the downtown meeting the other day, and Councilmember Strick, I think to Assistant Manager Heff's ideas, I think you mentioned exactly that, right? In regards to what is the substance of this master plan.
Yeah,
So I was gonna see if I could spur some thought out of you.
But remember, guys, we're supposed to bring it through the chair, and I'm pretty laid back, but we need to follow the rules. So if you could just address the chair.
It was a roundabout way.
I know, it's through the chair and to the
But just to
person, but
go back to Councilmember Honorlaw's point about the scope of services, and Ms. Self, correct me if I'm wrong, but this starts that process, and within that planning process, the first thing that is done is the scope. Like, what do we want to have happen? But we can't even get there. We've got to, unless we pass this. We've got to pass this. That gives us that scope of services. That allows us to say, hey, here's all of these other studies and things like that we've done in the past, whether they're 18 years old, 20 years old, or 10 years old. Take that into consideration, see what needs to be updated, what doesn't, and how we can add into it, create the public engagement, start the process. And Councilmember Nelson is correct. every single one of these plans has talked about a third party in some form or fashion, whether it's a CDC, whether it's a downtown manager, whether it's someone who's going to wake up and eat and breathe and sleep downtown Mason, and that's how this really gets successful. We're getting way ahead of ourselves, right? By even talking about that yet, because we got to figure out the scope, right? This is that first step. We talked about it in the meeting in the downtown committee. This is that first step. We pass this. We can start talking about scope of services and start to work through this process. And Mayor, this has absolutely nothing to do with 2021-92 because that didn't even come up in the downtown committee. It's not going to stop the process that was already passed. It has nothing to do with that. This is about moving forward, and they'll have to take that development and include it in their master plan, however they see fit, right? So we're getting way ahead of ourselves here. This is the first step. This starts that scope of services, allows us to dictate what we want in here, how we want to do that, and then we can start to work through that. So that's all I want to say, but I think I summarized pretty well.
Thank you. Member Honorla?
Mayor, yes. So I want to go back to the Pogmeyer. It says, even from the very beginning, it says Downtown Mason Revitalization Plan. It doesn't say master plan, it says downtown. And if you even just go through the contents, downtown is probably written 1,000 times in this thing. So it is specifically for downtown. My concern, and I mentioned it once already, I'm not sure if it was Loveland or Milford or both that brought in master plans after the Cohen development. And the concern for me, because we saw when the 7 of us or 6 of us went through Cohen's plan, we got to go see how much development or businesses followed his development. How many new businesses, and he had blue dots down the street lines. All these businesses were new that followed his development. And then he did Milford, and then he did Hamilton, and he was just showing the success of what the downtown was after his development. He was selling that. And it wasn't made up numbers, it was what actually was happening. So this was probably 2 years ago. I'd like to know an updated on that. But when I wrote down here, it says, I'd like to know from Loveland and Milford, from the time they had their downtown development, what new development took place, or by the time they did their master plan, did any more development come? Did their businesses go up or down? Did property values go up that stops development? Or did it actually help development? I want to help Mason downtown, bring new in downtown development in Mason. That's what I want. And if this plan, a master plan, helps that, I'm on board. If we find out it hinders it, I think it'd be stupid to do. How does that help us? And maybe everybody here can agree to that. Let's get an answer to that.
I'm totally in agreement. That's what we just said. Totally in agreement.
I don't have a problem with getting requests for proposals, but I have a huge problem with the false information that we can't move forward with a $20 million private investment that follows all of the plans from the early 2000s because some people want to stop and potentially change the rules. It foots with the current comprehensive plan, it foots with the updates of the comprehensive plan, and it absolutely foots with the recommendations of the 2002 downtown revitalization study. It's what council was building up to, and yes, there was a recession in 2008 and the city lost some momentum, but I think it's wrong. You're hurting capitalism. That was capitalism and enterprise and the market.
Point of order.
The market was
germane to the motion.
The market was teaching us. No, I'm telling you, this is germane to the motion.
Absolutely nothing to do with stopping 2021-92.
Yes, it does. It has a lot to do with that.
Councilmember Nelson said nothing about trying to stop. I mean,
okay, I understand what you're saying about the motion, but I think I'm very concerned because of previous comments that you guys have made about there being no plans in existence, and I'm saying I'll support moving forward with some kind of master plan, but I do not support the referendum or repeal of Ordinance 2021-92 until that master planning process is done. I think that is a huge mistake, and it will set Mason back more than 5 years. And Ordinance 2021-92 has built into it that we start looking at the roadways, we start looking at infrastructure improvements. It's in that contract. And so I think that we need to move forward with that with the advice of planners. That's why I brought it up. Okay, anybody else? All right, so we had the motion and the second, and we need to call the roll. And the motion, let's repeat that again.
Request for proposal, isn't it?
Yeah, I made a motion to allow the city manager to move forward with a RFP for a master development plan.
All right, so let's call the roll.
Mayor Grossman.
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yes.
Councilmember Chance.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn.
A yes, but until you have the property owners on board, it's not going anywhere.
We understand that.
Councilmember Stricula.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guild.
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw.
Yes.
It's not, I mean,
Okay, any more committee reports? Old and new business.
whoa, committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
We had a wellness committee, and I think at the last council meeting, I mentioned the dog park. I would like to go ahead and have another wellness committee, invite the public, dog lovers only, so I guess Eric Hansen can't come to that meeting. Basically, to get some ideas from the public as far as what they would possibly want to see in it. I know we were looking at discussions of summer 2022. There's a number of features, some adjoining dog parks that are nice. And no, I'm not talking a $1.2 million swimming pool like the city of Fairfield has for their dogs. Yeah, are you, Diane, are you okay?
What? $1.2 million?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Dogs need to swim too.
Two?
No,
Yeah.
no. I love dogs, but no.
Okay, so the bottom line is there are certain features that I'm quite sure a number of dog owners, and yes, I am one, and you may have seen mine at the Red Rhythm and Boom. But the bottom line is want to get get the input of dog lovers, Eric excluded, to go ahead and come up with some type of a game plan. Don't know that we need all 4 acres at this point in time, but with adequate planning, it can be a definite benefit to an underutilized park that we have. And we can also avoid some pitfalls. I know that Summit Park in Blue Ash apparently is a very nice park. However, apparently it's kind of a long walk, and that's no big deal, but they keep replacing the sod because the dogs keep tearing up the sod. So it's going to take some prep work. So we want to do it right in the beginning, and I think it'll be an enjoyable future, or amenity, I should say, for dog lovers, Eric excluded, and the people that really are the masters of the owners, and that's the dogs. That's it. I don't know, we'll set something up and then try to get a public notice out on that, but I do want to do that. And then I think the other thing we had at our wellness committee, I don't think we brought something to do, the golf course and the water lines. Does that, did we do that?
I don't know, I've kind of lost track because we have missed committee reports a couple meetings now, so I don't know if anybody can enlighten us from staff where we're at with the irrigation.
It was the irrigation, it was to go ahead with that.
Yeah, I can update on that. We actually, just this week, got the mechanical and electrical plans for the irrigation. So once we review those, we're planning on getting that out to bid still this year and starting work in the spring.
Okay.
Yep.
And one thing under wellness, kind of under wellness, but I had some discussion with Councilman Chance, don't know whose committee. Winter's coming, more people are out walking, as you probably have noticed, especially on our pathways. I would like to, and I don't know what committee it is, additional street lighting on Bethany and also on Hamilton Mason Road to kind of lighten that up so people can see. I thought it was your committee.
Well, I think it would fall under that.
That's utility, right?
Yeah.
I know staff did a memo on it. I'm not sure it went to committee. Might have been finance committee last year it was discussed, or public services.
So, Mayor?
Yeah, I would say,
What committee?
I would say utilities. I mean, it could fall under safety if you think about it, but I would say utilities, or public services, I'm sorry. Public services took over utilities. We combined 3 committees into public services, of which Ashley Chance, Councilmember Chance, is the chair, sorry.
So,
Yeah.
recall, I still want to address, in that committee, there's a bridge with lights on it that's still not lit.
Uh-oh.
So we can do both. How's that sound? So if we want to
Okay.
call a committee, we can look at those streets and,
Okay.
and if you have those mapped out, then we can discuss how we can execute that if we want to. I think it's kind of
All right, and then on a related note, back to wellness, I noticed today when I was hunting for something else in my email, I missed the email about the Golf Center survey. And I didn't know if anyone else on council noticed it. I don't know, but was that something that went to the whole community, or?
Yep, it went out to all members of the Golf Center. We sent it out in 2 weeks' worth of e-newsletters as well, and reached out to several of our partners to make sure they were included in that as well. So if you still need to
Awesome.
take it, we can give council copies of it again.
Oh, okay. When does it expire, do you know?
It was supposed to be up last week, but I think Kate extended it, so I'll just reach out to her and make sure if there are members that want to participate.
Okay, please extend my apologies. I just completely missed it. So, yeah, I'll get to work on that. So,
Mayor, I have
Yes.
one question for the Wellness Committee. Have you, and I don't want to make a big discussion over it, I'm just curious, have you guys talked about the abortion issue in that committee, the Wellness Committee?
no, our focus is primarily on parks and wellness activities, the community center, the pools,
Okay,
the golf center. Hadn't really thought of discussing it in that committee.
okay.
Okay, how about old and new business, item 16? Okay, I will be working with our law director on the ordinance that we discussed today because he pointed out something that needs work. And so we will be working on that. I'll get together with him and I'll let you know if we set up another policy and legislation committee, but I think we might be able to work it out without a committee meeting. All right, anybody else? All right, recognition of visitors, item 17. Oh, I see some hands. All right, let's see. I'm going to try to go with people that haven't spoken yet. So how about Mr. Stegbauer and then the man in the back? Nope, okay. And then, let's see. Ma'am in the black zip-up, how about you go next for me? I'm just going to try to get people that haven't spoken just yet. And then how about Mrs. Vyers after that? And yes, ma'am, with your hand up in the black jacket. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Randy Stegbauer, 5358 Hidden Creek Circle. I'd just like to start out, I want to recognize Councilmember Chance's reading of his letter and his response, and I agree with him 100%. Everything seemed perfect on the up and up, and I agree with your opinion on what needs to be done to help the women as well. And then to go on. In the last meeting, Councilmember Hunterlaw said that there were many unnamed, but no number of downtown businesses support the Cohen project. He also said that the businesses that the petitioners talked to, might have been afraid of them, so that's why they were agreeing with them. I would contend that since Councilmember Hunterlaw is on the Planning Commission, then they might be more afraid to go against him than if I were to talk to him. They might have to appear in front of him or you, the mayor, at some time. I'm pretty sure that you have much more power over them than I do. And I have collected over 50 signatures myself walking my neighborhood with just a few days. Everyone I talked to has signed originally, except for 2 people who wanted to think about it a bit. But then on my way over here, actually on my bike, one of them, they were walking on the sidewalk and they yelled out, "I'm ready to sign." So I said, okay, I'll be over next day or 2. And so that means that every person that I contacted signed the petition, every single one. 2 people I talked to actually, thought that the project was a good idea, but they signed the petition anyway because they thought that the Mason residents should vote on it instead of just the council. About 10 of the signers literally ripped the petitions out of my hands so that they could sign it. I didn't even have to talk to them and say anything to them at all. I still have about half of my development to walk, and this is just one small neighborhood. I truly don't believe that I'm being, completely negative in what I say when collecting the signatures. I try to be factual and uninflammatory. And likewise, you're welcome to join me if you want to walk around my development with me. I recommend it. It might be insightful. And as a matter of fact, I was speaking with someone from the CDC this afternoon, and that person was frustrated that you don't understand the CDC and the Chamber's role, as evidenced by the questions that you sent them earlier that, and that you wanted to ask them at the work session this morning or this afternoon. I replied back that you are equally and similarly frustrated by the petition group. So in a way, you have something in common with them. Imagine if you called them up and talked to them, you'd be able to cry on each other's shoulders for a little bit. And all of this is why I'm, feel that it's more important to communicate and educate as opposed to some of your Facebook posts this week were more like loud lecturing than it was communication. You weren't trying to give information. And then from the work session today, you mentioned earlier that as it was a council member Chance didn't tell you what, didn't inform you about some of his positions on the sanctuary city legislation, I think it was, if I recall correctly. And I agree with you. He probably should have let you know that. That's, I expect you guys to communicate a lot more than it appears that you do. And that said, earlier this afternoon, you mentioned that, you wrote up that Councilmember Nelson says that, we're going to lose $2 to $6.6 million of tax revenue somehow. And likewise, you said, I have no idea where that came from. Well, why didn't you ask her? I mean, that communication goes both ways there. So, that seemed, that was my first response when I heard you said that you had no idea where it came from.
Mr. Stegbauer?
Sure.
You've come to the end of your 5 minutes.
I have another minute, please. I just got a couple more things here.
All right, wrap it up real quickly,
okay.
please.
Just specifically with regard to the parking in the project, the development agreement says that Cohen gets to decide about those 20 extra parking spots. That's not something that he get, that we get to, you get to affect what he decides. And then my other comment there is, where are the other residents? There's going to be plenty of parking there for the residents that are there, and there's going to be extra business to those other downtown businesses. But if I want to drive in there, where am I going to park if all those parkings is full? And you also mentioned that the electric was going to be buried as part of this. Mason was going to do that, and I think that's a great idea. It belongs underground for reasons.
Trying to figure out how that would work, yeah.
Right. So, but you mentioned that, this project is only on Mason Montgomery, and so is the electric going to be buried just on Mason Montgomery?
No, it's for the entire corridor of East Main. That's what we want to look at. Okay. How we can improve the infrastructure with utility lines and roadways and parking in that entire corridor. That's been neglected.
Okay, well,
we should have done something a long time ago, if you ask me.
Okay, so I don't understand what you mean by entire corridor, and so I would like to talk about the street names. The Mason Montgomery.
From Mason Montgomery down to Kings Mills. I think that's
Okay.
what it's defined as. And then if the developer wants to bury his lines, he can bury his lines.
Well,
But
I'm hoping that the planning commission requires that, because it seems silly to put them overhead. And then finally, if anybody would like to sign a petition, look
Mr.
for anybody.
Stegbauer.
Green notebook, please. Thank you.
thank you. Okay. I hope you won't sign it because we have a lot of potential and promise in downtown Mason. All right. Just a comment, there is a lack of understanding on what the CDC believes its role should be and what council members might think its role should be. And it's not for lack of trying. We invited them to multiple committee meetings. They said they would only come if all of council was present, so we held a work session in March, and it did not go well, and we did not get answers to our questions. And so we're trying again, so hopefully we got a plan for October, and hopefully they will come, and we'll be able to have a good communication session about that. All right, we need to move on. No, you may not. Sorry, your 5 minutes is up, but you can respond to me personally. Come on up, ma'am. I forget who's next. I think it's you. Thanks. It's hard to tell with your mask, so we'll let you introduce yourself when you get up. Now, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just pointing out. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you at first.
I wasn't planning on speaking, so I have scribble, so you'll have to excuse me if I get lost. My name is Diane Arthur. I live at 6732 Bluefield Lane. I've lived in Mason for 42 years, ever since my husband and I got married. And I can tell you, basically nothing's changed in Mason in 42 years. Some of the buildings have changed what restaurants were in them. Basically, it looks the same. So when you're telling me all these plans have been developed through the years, that's news to me, because I've never seen any progress on any of them. I've never seen anything happen. And I don't believe this is the right project. But besides the fact, what's the population? When my daughter graduated from high school, there were less than 300 kids in her class. You're telling me studies that were done in 2002 and 2009, traffic study only done in 2009? You cannot tell me that those are, I'm no politician, I'm no economist, accountant or anything, but I think I'm smart enough to figure out that when the population of Mason has exploded like it is, a traffic study that's been done 20 years ago is not, or 10 or 11, is not viable. And to me, this project puts the cart before the horse. Those studies should have been done before you started any negotiations or whatever process with a developer. Let's figure out first, I can look at Mason Montgomery every single day. My son lives in North Mason, and I go up there, and I see where that bus garage comes out onto a 2-lane road and causes major traffic, and then you're going to put more in there. I'm not against development, and I don't know why y'all seem to think we're all against development. No, not at all. Like I just said, I just met girlfriends from high school at 20 Bricks in Milford, okay? We were sat there astounded at what Milford looks like now. And I know we're limited a little bit on how we're, we have the big turns and corners, but we've got to have a plan to figure something out. And I just don't believe that a 3- or 4-story apartment complex is really going to bring enough business to make it worth our while. I want small shops. I want restaurants. I don't want to look at a bunch of automotive places. Sorry. And I agree with Mr. Gelb, though. Mr. Bradburn down there, who said, what do we do to get some of these businesses to? Until they move or do something, we are stuck. Unless you plan on buying them out. I don't know what the recourse to that is. I'm just saying this plan is not right. It's going to look atrocious. It doesn't fit. And, you talk about being just astounded at people's reaction to this. Well, I'm astounded that you could sit and listen to one meeting, there must have been 29 people there. I heard 2 people speak out in favor of this. Why are these small businesses? Mr. Hunterlaw, you say all these small businesses, they don't want to speak out. Well, apparently, I've seen about 10 of them come here and speak out against it. Don't you think they're risking their business for a reason? Those other, why aren't they coming up? I didn't hear one small business, not one, who was in favor of this. You tell me they are, but you're protecting their privacy. Well, they aren't here. And those other businesses were not scared to come and speak out against something that they are directly affected by. And I asked you specifically, Mrs. Grossman, what small companies on your first Facebook thing that you put up. I said, you told me it was inconceivable that small companies, small businesses would be against this. I'm like, well, who asked that?
I don't think that's what I wrote. I don't remember
You
exactly
used the
what I
word
wrote, but I don't.
inconceivable. Exactly. 'Cause
I think I might
wrote
have said
it
it's
down.
inconceivable that everybody in an apartment complex would come and go at exactly the same time
No, that's
from
not
the parking lot.
correct. And excuse me if I'm wrong, but that's certainly the way I remember that exchange. And one more thing before I go, just to talk about, just generally, I'm not pro-abortion by any means, but you all need to remember, not everybody in Mason is Christian. Not everybody in this town has the same religious beliefs that it seems like all 7 of you do. And I applaud your stance, but people talk about the Constitution. We are supposed to have separation of church and state. So it's just a thought before you go ahead with this. And we don't have any abortion clinics here. I couldn't even tell you where a nearby one was. But I want something done with this city that benefits everybody. And I just don't see this apartment complex benefiting the residents of Mason. I had
Ms.
lots of
Arthur?
people I know who signed.
I'm sorry. You've come to it.
Thank you, Mrs. Alter. Okay, we have the okay, I think you're next in the black zip up, and then Ms. Laparati, how about you? And then in the end, okay.
Hi, my name is Teresa Stanton. I live at 6815 Lakewood Drive in Mason, and I've been a resident here for 23 years. I wanted to thank you, council members, for having these special meetings over the last couple of months. I've come to, I think, all of them. I found them to be incredibly helpful as far as informing us as residents about important topics to us, so thank you. And thank you for the chance to recognize visitors and hear from us. I wanted to just comment on the Keystone Project, and I don't want to come off as adversarial. I actually wanted to just encourage you regarding the master plans. And I'm glad there's been a lot of talk about it tonight. I'm enthused by where you guys are heading. But I did want to just stop and talk about what I think master plans are not. To me, master plans are not studies. They're not reports. They're not a 20-year-old vision plan, unless it's been evolving, updated, because so much has happened, right, in 20 years. I mean, look at the last 18 months. You know, residents, consumers, shopping behaviors about retail and where they're living and shopping has all changed dramatically in 18 months. So I think the other thing that I don't think a master plan is schematics. What I think it is bringing all of those things together. It sounds like we have an incredible amount of data and information, and so I just encourage you, as you work on this master plan, as it sounds like you're going to just work at a very high level. Think about what are the overriding strategies, and you know, let's focus on the 10 years out versus the 2 to 3, and set a target date. Can we do this in 90 days? We have so much information. We're on the cusp of some really important information we're pulling together. You You know, in the business world, we put master plans together certainly in less than 6 months. And I'm hopeful that, you know, Mason City Council can do that in, 6 months or less, or set a target, at least go for something aggressive from a timing standpoint. I know it's not easy work, but like I said, I think you guys have some great information already to get you well on your way. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention about the master plan is to just be very intentional about what we are doing and what we don't want to do. I think that's all I wanted to mention there. I did have one very brief comment regarding the potential sanctuary city legislation. And as council members, regardless of where you stand on this issue, we all feel very strongly about it, and I don't think there's a lot of minds changing tonight. But what I would say is that when you were voted into office, at least it wasn't my belief you were voted into office to speak on behalf of women's health care issues. At least that was not my intent. And so I feel like this one is very clearly not in your wheelhouse. We have plenty of discussion and debate going on about this topic. I would love for the city of Mason to stay out of it and let all of this play out. It's going to play out in a matter of months at a much higher level. And there's so much to be done in Mason. And so just from my perspective, I would rather not have the city of Mason involved in women's reproductive decisions and choices in my life or my family's life. And that's everything I had to say. And I'm sorry it's so late and I'm adding to the amount of time that you're here tonight, but thank you.
Thank you. And don't worry, we're used to these late meetings. Glad you came back and shared with us. Thank you so much. Okay, I think Ms. Laparati, and then we've got the gal on the end, and then, oh, I'm sorry. And then Mrs. Byers, I'm sorry. I really messed that up. Okay.
Nicole Laparati, 6400 Amber Court, Mason, Ohio. Sorry, I'm a little hoarse. I get up at 4 a.m. for work, so much later for me than it is for many of you. I wanted to say, Ashley, I really appreciate you taking the time to think about this. I know how hard it is for your religion, talking about the sanctuary city, right? I was raised Catholic, not my religion anymore. My mom's still a practicing Catholic. I'm Italian, grew up around it, get it, Christianity. So I know how hard it is for people with that faith, and I can respect them being pro-life for them, for their family, for the people in their church. But I would never come into your house or your church and try and force anyone to have abortions. That's not really a thing. So trying to stop me and my kids or my family or any of that, or even seeking OBGYN care at Planned Parenthood, which me and my children do, paid for by my insurance because I work for the federal government, and they pay for my care at Planned Parenthood, and we will continue regardless. I've been a single mom for a really long time, and when I didn't have insurance when I was younger, Planned Parenthood was there for my OBGYN care. There's no one else that I can go get a pap smear at, or anyone without insurance that can go get a pap smear in various places. You can't walk into a regular OBGYN office and get care for free or based off of your income, but Planned Parenthood was there. I continued with them afterwards because I was going to a regular OBGYN, walked in one day, just for an annual, and the lady looked at me, and she was new, and she said, we don't take this kind of insurance. And I said, what are you talking about? I work for the federal government. It's Blue Cross Blue Shield, it's federal insurance. She said, oh, we don't take Obamacare. I said, oh, so you don't take insurance funded by the government to treat people in a regular OBGYN office, so low-income people that still need care, so we're not spreading STDs, for their own health so that they can get cancer screenings. You don't take care of them? No. I said, give me all my records. Immediately left, went back down to Planned Parenthood. Because if they're taking care of people who need it, that's where my money goes. And me and my daughters have been going ever since. Not necessarily for abortion care. They used to have lots of clinics. Right now, they have one health clinic in Hamilton, Ohio. That's just a health clinic. They don't do abortions there. The only abortion clinic here is down off Auburn Ave by Christ Hospital. Literally the only place they do abortions. They have picket signs outside. If you've ever had a procedure down at Christ Hospital, you've had to drive past the people standing outside. They're not allowed in the fenced area. It's a fundamental thing that needs to stay because they do other things other than abortion. They schedule my mammograms at UC. My daughter now lives downtown. She's 22. So she still gets her care when she was at UC. I put all kinds of Planned Parenthood stuff on there. Call me. You need condoms. You need Plan B. I'm going to run it down to you when she was staying in her dorms. No questions asked because it's none of my business. But I want to make sure those kids are safe. And I'll do it for the residents here too. Regardless of how this goes, I will always be a safe space for our residents here, for the children here, for the kids that can't go home and talk to their families about their needs or if they run into a problem. I will always be the safe person that you can come talk to without judgment. Always.
Thank you. Okay, you're next, and then Lori. And is there anybody else who didn't get a chance to be recognized that would like to go after Lori? All right, and then Susie, you're after Lori. Okay. Oh, and then, all right. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Laura Lisi, and I'm from Lebanon, and I appreciate you letting me speak.
Could you give me your name one more time?
Laura Alisi.
Laura Alisi, thank you.
I've spoken here before. I'm happy that you're bringing up Lebanon as a place you want to copy for planning. That's exciting to hear that Mason is interested in what we're doing, but I would advise you not to follow us as sanctuary cities for the unborn. It's caused great division in our community. As you've heard some Lebanon people here already, you'll continue to hear from us. Our businesses have suffered. I did a records request in Lebanon and actually learned that our businesses had been called to boycott before the vote even passed. There were phone calls, there were voicemails, there were emails, there were texts, every mode of communication to tell the council that it was going to affect businesses and residents and perception. Over 5,000 pieces of information came from that record request, and I read every single one of them. What I do want you to know is that you will speak to Lori next, but she also spoke to you, Mayor, in May 22nd, and you actually edited our document, our sanctuary city document. Came from the records request. I'm not sure if everybody knows that, but Mayor was involved in editing the document and gave her feedback on it as well.
You talking about this mayor or another mayor?
You.
Well, you're not correct on that at
Okay,
all.
well, I can show you the texts from Mrs. Byers, and you were also in contact with Mr. Dixon, and so were you, Mr. Honor-Law. You guys had lunch with him, and I have that text as well from Mr. Dixon. And I just wanted to make sure the residents of Mason knew how much, and if you would like to see them. I don't know if that, the copy of the texts. I don't know how to do it. Already had lunch with 2 of your council members. And then here is where Mrs. Vyers indicates that you edited our document. You can read the text, it's right there. So it
The
says,
Lebanon document, I read it, and it did have some typos, but I didn't edit anything.
it says right here. Well, that means she read it and edited it and sent it back to
No,
our council.
you're not,
So thank
not
you.
correct.
I appreciate, so I just wanted to let you know.
All right. I think Lori Byers is next. And I am so sorry if I lost track of that. And then is it, oh, go ahead.
Lori Byers from Lebanon on Springhouse Court. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but every time I'm here and I hear things that are not true, I feel like I have to get up and correct that. There was a woman who testified earlier, I don't remember her name, but she said it would cost Mason thousands of dollars to defend a pro-life ordinance from a legal challenge. Since it passed last May, Lebanon has not spent 1 cent in legal fees, not 1 cent, to defend the pro-life ordinance. That's a scare tactic and it's false. In the very unlikely event that Mason would see a legal challenge, you would have free legal counsel from a top-notch attorney who specializes in this, just as you would bring in an attorney or a consultant or a master planner when you need expert help. And then I just wanted to leave you with this quote because, we heard a testimony that it's not in your lane. This is a quote from our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, quote, "The care of human life and happiness, and not their destruction, is the first and only object of good government." Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I know Mrs. Williams wanted to go up, but I've lost track. Is it Susie and then Debbie? How about let's do Susie, Debbie, and then Al? How about that? So come on up, Susie.
I think I forgot to say it last time. I'm Susie Lertzman, 7343 Red Oak Court, Mason, and my earring is messed up. This is going to sound like an odd question. It certainly does to me. The state has a law. You called it the heartbeat law. Why does the city need to pass something that's already covered? It's under state law. Therefore, the cities within the state have to follow it. Anybody? Are we just flapping our lips to flap our lips?
Did you want me to answer now?
Oh, feel free.
It's just about preventing an abortion provider from setting up shop in the city limits. It does not change the status quo of what we have today and a woman's ability to seek any type of service that she wants or chooses. Those services are provided outside of the city of Mason. The status quo won't change. What it does is it sets a boundary so that in the case that someone would want to provide abortions in the city of Mason, it would not be legal, and therefore they would be discouraged from setting up a shop to provide that service in the city of Mason. That's what we want.
That's not what I understood this law to be. Apparently there was new information this morning, so I can't testify, or testify is the wrong word, speak as to what you all have changed it to. I can tell you that's not what was in what I read from all of the different places that sent you information. I'll be happy to read that and maybe change my mind, although, it's a medical procedure. Are we gonna not let men have vasectomies? Are we gonna not let all sorts of things happen that I may object to, you may object to, he may object to, but you know what? It's between each of us and our doctors because it's medical. If you're going to try and tell me it's not a medical procedure, well, I'd really like to see anyone perform an abortion without having medical things there, because that's what's a coat hanger abortion, and I know people who died from them. So that's not a medical procedure either. It's between every person and their doctor what gets done to them and their bodies. Okay? Thank you very much. I will leave it at that, I believe. Well, I'm also going to end with the obvious thing, which is if you're against abortions, if they're against your religion, don't have one.
Thank you. Okay, Debbie Williams, you're next, and then Alan. Back.
Debbie Williams. Just want to say, thank God we live in America, because here you have a choice. And there's a choice of freedom, liberty, and all of that. But there are God-given rights. And thank God that these people who say that it's their body, their choice, and these are medical decisions, they're here to be able to speak to say that. But others who didn't even have a right to live, to speak up for their own bodies, God said before he formed us, he knew us. He knew us before creation even began. So it doesn't matter about whether, we always want to play nice and respect everybody, and there's nothing wrong with that. So if you were in China or in all these other countries where they feel like, that they don't have a choice, thank God they live in America. They can just make their position known. I'm grateful that I can make my position known, but every dollar they spend says, in God we trust. But do you? Do we? So do we trust in God? Because this is still one nation under God. This is still a free country.
Quiet, please.
This is still human beings being regulated by human beings under the ordinances and the Constitution, because many people, most people don't know the Constitution and the framers' intent. So once you learn and educate yourself about those things, you cannot say, or I work for the government, so I have free health care. Somebody paid for everything. Somebody paid for the right for us to be up here to stand. Freedom cost. So let these kids who could not make a decision for them have those who have the right in the heart of our Constitution and our framers in mind to be able to speak for them. So I'm here to ask each one of you to make your positions known so we can go out and tell the constituents of Mason, who you represent, what you believe. Don't do anything under the cloak of darkness. State your position, where you stand on sanctuary cities, so we'll all know. I want to know where each and every one of you stand. You cannot walk a line halfway here, halfway there, so I can just please everybody. You can't please everybody. So you got to make a decision. There's no such thing as being moderate. You got to take a stand. So I want to know, because I'm going to do something about it. I want to know where each one of you stand on this issue. Tell me, not under cloak of darkness, and you said something about since something came out. It should not have to come out. You guys should make your positions known to everyone, because we voted for you. And I'm telling you, I'm coming from a position of love. I know I sound like I'm angry. I do. It's just that I love the Lord. And I have a responsibility. Each one of you will have blood on your hands. We're not saying they can't have an abortion. They can go wherever they want to have an abortion. They can't do it here in Mason. So all I'm saying is make your positions known. I'm asking each one of you, where do you stand on this? Is anyone going to tell me where they stand on this? Others have asked you questions and you've answered. Where do you guys stand? I know you said that you don't think it should be political. You're politicians. You're government officials for the city. How can it not be political? I'm not trying to get in discussion. I love you.
Mayor?
And because I love you, I'm telling you that you have a responsibility. So where do you stand?
Is there anyone who'd like to respond to Ms.
I
Williams'
just have a
question?
question for you. Have you voiced your opinion like this at the state level?
I voice it everywhere because
you-
you know why? Let me express
you
this.
gone in front
I
perhaps-
trusted people that I voted for. I trusted conservatives and I realized they've let me down. Now I'm asking, now I'm fighting, now I'm representing the God that I serve. So I'm saying now, where do you stand, sir? I don't want to hear the, I'm pro, but this shouldn't be political. This is political. Because politics is in government and you're in government.
It's extremely sad that it is. In your eyes, it is political, and I'm sorry that it is. And you're right, it's political season, and that's exactly
But
what.
you need to state so before the election, sir, please. Everybody needs to make this.
You want a copy of
it's not just as a hot topic. It's a
copy
human
of
right. It's a God-given right, and we need to know where you stand, not after November election. Everybody needs to make their position known.
Anyone want to comment on that?
Mayor, I'll jump in. I think you know that I'm 100% for this. I believe Mason needs to be a sanctuary city for the unborn. I think we need to protect the unborn. And I think we heard Councilmember Chance say his position that he was pro-life, but he was not for it. So, was that correct? I'm asking. I thought that's what you said.
Mr. Chance, Member Chance, comments need to be at the chair, please. Hunter Law, Chance. Would you care to comment on
I'm
that?
not going for back and forth on this. Yeah,
No, okay. So the question was, would you support a sanctuary city in Mason, Ohio? Member Stricula, would you like to answer that? No? Is the answer no?
Have you seen any laws yet?
No, I'm not interested in stating a position on something I haven't seen.
Okay.
So, thank you.
And you would have seen it if you were at the work session. We missed you. Vice Mayor Gill?
No, I'm sorry. The work session where you presented a 13-page document that you expected me to read before this meeting, is that what you're?
No, but we
Then I would know
we were
for-
discussing it.
Okay.
We were discussing it. Vice Mayor Gill.
So, Mayor, we've heard from many people that needs to stay in our lane. I think I've heard that over and over again, and I'm saying, what is our lane? Certainly, when I look at a Supreme Court decision, and I say, did they stay in their lane? Did they read a right that really didn't exist, and that's what this battle's really over? That one part of government got out of its lane and made a decision that we're all now wrestling through. But when I look at government, certainly local government, I see that government as closest to the people and certainly representative of the people, certainly far removed from a Supreme Court that isn't elected by the people, doesn't represent the people, and certainly walked far out of their lane when they made a decision that we all now are wrestling through. So, in terms of this ordinance, I haven't had a chance to certainly read through this 13-page document. I think it has some things that we need to talk about, but I certainly support the idea that we not allow the abortion business to exist in Mason, Ohio. And so that whether this ordinance does that or does more than that, I don't know. I think it may go beyond that the way it's written, but I think if we pare it down to saying we don't want the abortion business in Mason, Ohio, I certainly would support that.
Thank you. Member Nelson?
Well, I know the Policy and Legislative Committee has been working on this, but we, as council members who are not in the Policy and Legislative Committee, have never seen one written thing. So I am interested to get that 13-page document and see, can I have a copy of it? I mean, I've never seen or...
Should be one at your desk.
I've heard people complain about it and talk about it, about how the ordinance is written, and I said, we don't have an ordinance written as of right now, so I don't know what's in it.
You're correct. The city has not written an ordinance on that. So this came from the writers today, and they gave me a latest draft right before the meeting. So even I didn't read it right before the meeting. So it does, we need to look at some things on it. But the concept of it is, I think, what she's trying to get at. Would you support it if it,
well, I would need to,
if it worked? Okay. And then you already answered.
Can I have a copy of it right now?
Yeah, I think there's one at your seat.
There wasn't a 13.
Oh, there wasn't?
document.
Okay, we'll get it to you. And then, well, we didn't, did we get that done between meetings? Okay, we just need your email and we'll get a copy to you. And remember, it's a draft and we didn't write it and it needs some work. And then, Member Chance, did you get a moment to, do you need any more time to answer the question? I'm sorry, I'm getting tired.
No,
Okay,
I would
thanks.
like to, I can put this in the public record, because prior to my email being bastardized by some people, you know, I do want to work in unison with what I said was 2 nonprofit communities and some faith leaders that are doing real stuff. This stuff that we're reading, how this is going to save one baby, I would really like to know. I'd really like to know. We've never, it's just what it is. It's political season. We need to recognize that. So I'm going to continue my efforts of working with those nonprofits that actually do something. And I hope Councilmember Strickler will continue that effort with me. And I'll get back with you. I will continue to do things that I believe, I think I mentioned them, that are about actual change and not grandstanding for my own political benefit. So I'll make it public.
Okay, are you insinuating that someone else is grandstanding for a political benefit? Yes or no? Because I got to tell you something, there has been nothing politically pleasant about this at all. It's hard work. It's hard work when you're in the minority or you're opposed to something, or you're very much opposed. Your position is opposed. It's really hard work. And the abortion argument is a really tough argument. So it has not been politically expedient or pleasant for me whatsoever. These meetings are hard. But I am so honored to be here to listen to everybody's perspective. And I have learned more in the past 2 months than I ever dreamed I would learn. But my position that life begins at conception and is a completely separate entity from the mother's body with its own set of DNA that's completely dependent on the mother as its life support system, that hasn't changed. And I believe that the unborn deserves and should have legal protection under the law and a chance to live. And this is an opportunity for us to prevent, we can do this, to prevent a facility from performing those procedures in our city limits. Couldn't we leave that legacy? It doesn't change the status quo of where we're at now, but we're thinking about the long game and the future, and we want to protect our city from a facility moving in here. So this hasn't been politically expedient, and I really, really deeply resent that comment in your letter. I deeply resent it, and I deeply resent your lack of regard to talk to me about it personally. So I'll leave it at that, and we still have work to do. And Member Bradburn, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, I think as you look at this document, there are some concerns as far as the legality that we need to look at. I think some of the stuff in regards to Lebanon's has been taken out, which is good. But I still am concerned a little bit about the legal ramifications and the challenges. I understand no challenges have actually, I guess, been presented yet in regards to it, but I guess really what I want to say is I want Mason to be a place where people think is a fun place to come to, Kings Island, other things like that, and not to have a facility such as this in our community. I realize it's divisive for some. For some, it's a total cause, but I think Mason should be for families, and families begin with the unborn.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, do we have any visitors that wish to be recognized? That's right, Alan Lertzman. Anyone else? Okay, you can go next after Al. Welcome back, Al.
Okay. Just wanted to pick up on a couple of things that have gone on during this meeting. First of all, if I remember correctly, a few meetings ago, I believe, Mayor, you said that one of the stipulations from the Texas organization that wrote the proposed ordinance was that they would in fact pay to defend it if it wasn't changed, and therefore Mason was not going to change it so as not to have to pay any legal fees.
They have to agree to the changes and make the changes themselves. And so I'm going to have to get on the phone and say, hey, this isn't working. We need to do something different. Can you work with us on that?
Okay, so that's a little bit different from the way it was presented initially. Okay, I'm glad. Thank you for the clarification. I agreed with a lot of what Mr. Stegbauer, was it, said, but enlighten me a little bit about how council normally works. I know that at the federal level, they've got what they call the majority and minority whips who go around and count votes before there's a vote, so that the leadership isn't embarrassed by bringing up something that then fails. Does city council work the same way? I mean, is there an obligation to tell each other how you're going to vote ahead of time?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just checking.
Yeah, we don't count heads. We have to communicate in open session. We can get each other's position in open session or an open meeting, an open committee meeting, but we don't violate quorum when we're not in a meeting.
Okay. And Mr. Bradburn, you mentioned that master plan will go nowhere if the current developer were not to want to sell the property, or any property owner.
Any property owner.
Any property
Any
owner.
property owner.
Right, any property owner. And you referenced Norwood and use of eminent domain and said we don't want to have that here.
Well, Norwood used a lot of.
I worked in Norwood for 24 years before I retired. Okay, I was there during that whole big thing where they had huge vacant lots and everything else. Ultimately, I think Norwood profited from it tremendously, and most of those property owners came away pretty much better than they would have otherwise. That having been said, I wouldn't want to see Mason exercising eminent domain willy-nilly, okay? But I think that there are times when, for example, if there is a master plan developed and it calls for whatever reason, the acquisition of some properties, negotiation occurs. If the negotiation isn't satisfactory, then there's eminent domain for a reason, and that's when the public good is at stake. And the way eminent domain works is it then, my understanding, goes to a court, to a judge, who will adjudicate what is in fact a fair property to compensate for the taking. So while it may not be a first choice, okay, I don't think that it should be ruled out as a possibility if in fact it's needed to make the city become what it can be.
Al, you bring up a good point in regards to that, but can I give you a guess who the largest owner of land in downtown Mason is?
Would have no clue.
I'll give you the answer. It's the city. So I don't think we're gonna have to steal our own property. You know what I mean? So we have plenty of land that we own outside of what we're talking about now, but we are the largest landowner in the Mason Mile or downtown Mason. So we have plenty of places that we can start with. So just wanted to clarify that, not to get into the eminent domain thing or, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew that the city was the largest landowner. So we have places that we could start, and if the master plan or the scope of services or whatever it was said, hey, this makes sense, you guys are the largest landowners, maybe let's start here and here and here and here, and then does that spawn development? So I just wanted to let
Okay.
you know that we own, we're the largest owner of land downtown.
That makes sense. And then the last point I wanted to make was, if in fact the Keystone deal didn't occur, the city is going to be sitting with that piece of property with the developer's plot in there. That might be a case where eminent domain would be appropriate. And he'd probably make a profit because that piece of land would have a lot of value. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There are rumors about eminent domain apparently in the East Main corridor. Someone brought that up to me, an East Main business that I visited. But I assured that individual that I wasn't even thinking about eminent domain. Yeah. So we're the largest property owner, and some are freaking out about 3.82 acres. That will just languish until we do something about it. So, okay. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. All right, so there's, yes, you can come on up.
Hi, I'm Amy Mercer. I live at 5689 Crestwood Drive. One thing I want to mention, if you have been listening to everything tonight and you are concerned about the sanctuary city for the unborn and you want to show your support for women and girls that live in the city of Mason, there will be a march in our own town on Saturday, beginning at 11 o'clock at Pine Hill Park. So bring your family members and your friends out and march with us in solidarity. The other thing I want to mention is in the public records documents that were pulled from Lebanon, there are emails exchanged with Mark Lee Dixon and his associates that state that if anything in the ordinance, the wording of the ordinance that they have pulled together is changed, they will not provide free legal assistance to the city that implemented the ordinance. So I think it's important for the residents of Mason to understand that there could be serious legal costs that the taxpayers could be funding. If this ordinance is passed, there will be civil lawsuits because it is unconstitutional, and we will have to fund the defense for this completely unnecessary legislation that the city is proposing.
Ms. Mercer, you had the same point that Mr. Lertzman had, and that is that if they change it and agree to the change, the coverage is the same, and they actually sent me an attorney-client privilege letter to that effect. If we change it, the deal's off. Does that make sense?
So the
but
people
if
in
they-
Texas
if
that are
they
writing
edit,
the
make
legislation
change.
for our town, if they modify their own legislation that they're controlling in our city, if they change it themselves, they'll still represent themselves, I guess.
Yes,
in
the
the
organization
legal
that
fight.
came up with the novel idea of that legal argument is
Mark Lee
in
Dixon,
Texas.
he's in Texas, yes, and he's written this legislation for the city of Mason that you're putting forward. You didn't write it, the city council didn't, you're just putting forward legislation.
We're studying it, and I think we have a little more work to do. And
Yeah, because you just said you didn't even know the changes that were in it before your
I
committee
knew
meeting
some, but
tonight.
I didn't know all.
Yeah. So
Have more work to do.
Just to reiterate that we may be liable in the city of Mason to defend this legislation that nobody from our city council even wrote. It's come in from out of state. We may have to defend it with our tax dollars. It's a fight nobody asked for in Mason. Nobody wants this divisiveness. We don't even want to talk about it. I think most people do believe that you guys should stay in your lane. The last thing I want to say is if you are one of the residents of Mason who started tuning into this show, March of 2000, when everything shut down and you didn't have anything else to do with your time, so you tuned in online to watch the city council members. Now is your chance. We have an election coming up on November 2nd, and you need to check your voter registration. You can go to ohiosos.gov. You can register yourself online in Ohio right now, and you can check and see if your registration was purged, as it is periodically done by the Secretary of State. It's always a good idea to double check, but you only have until October 4th to check your registration and register yourself online, and then go to the polls on November 2nd. That is when our local elections happen in odd years. I hope that everybody turns out in huge numbers and sends a message to the city about what kind of leadership we want. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the audience? Council, may we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Good night, everyone. Thank you for being with us.